All right, good afternoon. Welcome now to Doniphan High School. It is the site of this year's OFC Softball Tournament. I'm Frankie Castillo. We are just getting going. Everything, we are up and running, and we are live on Facebook and on YouTube. And, of course, we appreciate the Doniphan administration allowing us to be here this afternoon. When we got here this morning at about 9 o'clock, we literally had no wind, but now that we are about ready to go, the wind has picked up a little bit, but it's going to be a beautiful afternoon for some high school softball. Not one, not two, but three games will be in play coming up today. The schedule is as follows coming up for the first game. As you can see, if you're watching us right now on screen, we'll have Tim take away the ads here so we can get the two coaches on camera exchanging the lineups here today. And, of course, coming up the first game of the afternoon, you will see East Carter Lady Redbirds. They are the away team today. They will take on the Clearwater Lady Tigers. They are the number 4 seed. East Carter is the 5 seed. By the way, the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater being coached by Timothy Green in his first season as the head coach. And the assistant coaches are Matt Keister and David Rowald. Those are the coaches for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. They are coming in to today's game with a record of 12-6 and the overall number 4 seed. On the other end, you've got the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter. They are coming in 8-5. Their head coach, as you can see there at home plate, it is Teresa Kirby LeGrand, and of course the assistant coach is Heather Nicole Shell. Those are the coaching staff for both teams coming up here in the first contest of the afternoon. And of course the Lady Redbirds coming in 8-5 so far this season. In just a few moments, we will introduce you to our starting lineups. That is on the way. Plus, we've got the opening pitch. We are less than 13 minutes away from the opening pitch here this afternoon at Doniphan High School. 62 degrees right now at game time. Later on this afternoon, we are forecasting our high to be right about 68 to 70 degrees. All right, the two head coaches now are satisfied, and we'll introduce you to our umpires coming up here in just a few moments, as well as we are about ready to introduce you to our lineups. And then we will have the starters in the first pitch.
Batting first for the Lady Redbirds is center field number 2, Mackenzie Hutchison. Batting second is the pitcher number 14, Callie Miller. Batting third, playing short is 24, Anna Crowley. Batting fourth, catcher number 3, Carla Ochoa. Batting fifth, second base, number 1, Addie Kirby. Batting sixth, first base, number 4, Sierra Duckett. Batting seventh, left field, number 15, Janica Holloway. Third base, number 7, Cadence Newton. Batting ninth, right field, number 20, Zelma Cooley.
Those are the lineups for the Lady Redbirds of East Carter.
And the home team on the scoreboard
here is the Lady Tigers of Clearwater.
Batting first, playing shortstop, number 17, Grace Allen. Batting second, playing center field, number 25, Abby Cheney. Batting third, playing third base, number 12, Georgia Eaton. Batting fourth, left field, number 13, Abby Gingrey. Number 5, batting fifth, number 16, oh, no, sorry. Batting fifth, first base, number 7, Miley Graham. Batting sixth, pitcher, number 21, Riley Hurt. Batting seventh, third base, number 14, Jana Easter. Batting 8th, center field, number 16, Reagan Shearer. Batting 9th, right field, number 4, Jordan Patterson. Please rise for the playing of your national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
So there you go. There is our national anthem. We'll come right back with the opening pitch in Game 1 of the OFC Softball Tournament. All right, so we are about ready for the opening pitch here this afternoon of this first game of this year's OFC Softball Tournament. Once again, I'm Frankie Castile alongside here this afternoon. I've got Tim Hicks literally right behind me today. He is on the camera. Coming up, the first game of the afternoon, it will feature the Lady Redbirds out of East Carter, and they will take on the Lady Tigers of Clearwater. We are about ready now for the opening pitch here this afternoon.
Up to bat, number 2, Mackenzie Hutchison.
So Mackenzie Hutchinson, the center fielder, coming up here this afternoon as we get ready for the opening pitch here this afternoon. First pitch is going to be fouled away to the screen, and we are underway. No balls and one strike here to Mackenzie Hutchinson, the center fielder this afternoon. Second pitch is downstairs for a ball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike, so 1-1 the count now. As Hurt on the mound here for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. There's a fly ball. This one's going to be into center field. What a catch by the center fielder this afternoon. And, of course, the center fielder, Cheney, doing a phenomenal job out there in center field. 1 down here in the inning. So ball 1 taken here. 1 ball and no strikes here. This one is popped up along the infield. Making the catch is the pitcher, Great job that time by Hurt. 2 down
Now
here in the top of inning number 1. 2 away here in the top of inning number 1. Hurt so far having a really good outing. So 2 down here in the inning. This one is fouled away. No balls and 1 strike here. So quickly 2 down here in the top of inning number 1. No balls and a strike now to Anna Crowley. Crowley, the shortstop here today. She is a junior. This one has popped up. This one out toward left field, making the catch. Out in left field is Gingery, and that'll be the end of the first, or I should say top of the first inning. Coming up next, it'll be the bottom of the inning. It'll be Cheney, Eaton, and Shear when we come back. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. You're watching live coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament live from Doniphan High School. All right, so we are back here in the bottom of inning number 1. 6 pitches is all that it took. And now we're going to see the lineup switch hands, and now we're going to see coming up to the plate now will be the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater, and we're going to get you the offensive lineup here coming up here in just a moment for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. 6 pitches thrown there in the first inning, and that is it. That's all that it took. So now we'll go ahead now. Let's talk about this lineup here coming in. And, of course, they are coming in with a record of 12-6 overall. So, that being said, the offensive lineup shaking out like this. Leading off will be the center fielder, Abby Cheney, batting second at second base. It is number 12, Georgia Eaton, batting third. The catcher, Reagan Shear, batting cleanup. She is the pitcher. Number 21, Riley Hurt, batting fifth. At shortstop is number 17, Grace Allen, batting sixth. The left fielder is Abby Gingery, batting seventh. At first base, number 7, Miley Graham, batting eighth is the third baseman, Janae Keister. Batting ninth is Natalie Henson, a sophomore. And now we're going to see coming up now will be Cheney, the center fielder. Had a great catch out there in center field a moment ago. So now here we go, bottom of the first inning. Callie Miller is on the mound for the Lady Redbirds, 8-4 this season so far. Showing bunt, she offered at a strike one, no balls and 1 strike here. Miller has pitched 60 1/3 innings so far this season. She has given up 53 hits, 62 runs, 25 have been earned. There's ball 1 taken up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. She has also walked 25 and struck out walked 40, struck out 55 so far this season. Swing and a miss, and now she's ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Our broadcast here today is sponsored by our good friend, Senator Jason Bean. Also, Black River Shooting Supply, Indoor Range, and Caliber Cafe. And brought to you by JG Concrete. This one's fouled away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count in the bottom of the first inning. As Clearwater comes up to the plate now. Nobody on as the Lady Tigers got a 1-2-3 top of the first. This one fouled away at the screen. Will do it again. It's still a 1 ball, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the first inning. Remember, Black River Shooting Supply and Indoor Range, proud supporter Come shoot in the climate-controlled indoor range and grab a bite to eat at Caliber Cafe. Proud sponsor of the OFC. There's a pop fly to left field. Going in to make the catch is Holloway. One down here in the bottom of the first inning.
12, Georgia Eaton.
So now Georgia Eaton coming up to the plate, the second baseman for the Lady Tigers. That one goes F7 on the out. One away here in the bottom of the first inning. By the way, the home plate umpire for the ball game is David Crockett. There's a ground ball to Kirby, flips it over to first base in time to duck it. And quickly 2 down here in the inning.
Number 16, Reagan Shear.
So 2 down here in the inning, and Reagan Shear now, the catcher, coming up to the plate. That one goes 4-3 on the out. By the way, our field umpire today is Brian Chilton for this first game. Still 2 down here in the inning, a quick 2 down. First pitch taken outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count here in the bottom of inning number 1, 2 down. Good pitch right down the middle, 1 ball and 1 strike here. 1-1 the count as Shear trying to get a 2-out hit here and keep the inning going with Riley Hurt to bat next here in the bottom of the first. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Miller. 1 ball and 2 strikes as we are just underway here in this first day of the OFC Softball Tournament. So glad to be with you here on a sunny afternoon here in Doniphan. This one fouled away. This one gets down the third base line and goes out of play. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Coming up in the top of inning number 2, it'll be Ochoa, Kirby, and Duckett, 4, 5, and 6. All due up for the Lady Redbirds. There's the ground ball. This one gets to the first base line and foul. These two teams met up earlier this season. It was a 1-run victory by Clearwater. That game was in Piedmont. Clearwater getting the win earlier this spring season, 4-3. Very low-scoring game. Defensive battle the first time around. We are starting out that way here. There's a ball up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. 2 down here in the top, or make that bottom of the first inning. Here is the 2-2 pitch on the way. This one has popped up, and this one is going to be caught by the third baseman, Newton, as she goes in foul territory to make the catch. And that is how this top or bottom of the first inning comes to a close. It'll be Ochoa, Kirby, and Duckett when we come back here in the top of inning number 2. 1, 2, 3, 2 pop outs and a ground out here in the bottom of the first inning. Still, nobody has received a hit at this moment. And now we'll see what happens here in the top of inning number 2 as the Lady Tigers, or I should say the Lady Redbirds, come back up to the plate. No strikeouts here in the game for either team at this point. 6 pitches thrown in the first inning by Riley Hurt. 14 pitches thrown here in the bottom of the inning for Callie Miller. Still no score as we get ready now for the top of inning number 2. Our broadcast here this afternoon is presented by JG Concrete Construction. They specialize in all types of concrete, from flat work to decorative and stamped concrete, as well as retaining walls, even basements, for your free, no obligation quote. Call Joe Gloyd at JG Concrete Construction at 573-300-0560. It is a proud supporter and being brought to you by Russian's Towing. Reliable towing service. Look no further than Russian Towing. They are here to help. Their experienced team can provide quick, efficient service for all your towing needs. Russians also has a full-service mechanic shop as well. Call 573-785-6349. And brought to you by Elite Trucking Academy. Shift your career into the next gear. Earn a Class A license with Elite Trucking Academy in Poplar Bluff. They offer professional CD training. Give them a call, 573-714-9319. Once again, a proud supporter of the OFC Softball Tournament. We are in the top of inning number 2, and there's a ground ball. This one, a dive by the shortstop. It gets into left field, and a leadoff base hit here for Carla Ochoa. She goes to the left side that time, and a leadoff base hit here for the Lady Redbirds. Ochoa is the first base runner for either team so far here today. Runner on first base here. Ball taken outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count now. Here in the top of inning number 2. This one has popped up and gets behind us. 1 ball and 1 strike here. So 1-1 the count in the top of inning number 2. 3 games up for grabs here today, including this one. We still have 2 more to go following this first game. There's a pop-up out to center field. Make that the shortstop rather, makes the catch, and this one could be a double play. It is. A bang-bang play. Great job by Allen there at shortstop. It'll be a double play as Ochoa was off the bag too far. 2 down here in the inning. And now coming up to the plate, it'll be Sierra Duckett. So Duckett comes up with nobody on and 2 away here in the top of inning number 2. There's a ground ball hit to Keister at third base. Got her at first. And just like that, the inning will come to an end after a leadoff base hit. The Clearwater Tigers take over. It took just 5 pitches overall. And that is how this inning will come to a close. So we go to the bottom of the second inning now. Still no score. 5 pitches was all that it took here in this inning. Nobody left on. And just like that, the Clearwater Lady Tigers are coming up to the plate now. 11 pitches overall in the first 2 innings by Riley Hurt. She is having quite the outing so far here for the Lady Tigers out of Clearwater. And now coming up, Riley Hurt will begin the bottom of the second inning. So we'll see her in action here coming up. Still no score. We are live here at Doniphan High School. Our broadcast here today is presented by Christian Automotive and Tire. They stock the quality name brand tires that you know and trust. Christian Automotive and Tire. They've got ASE certified mechanics with the training, tools, and knowledge to fix your vehicle right the first time. Find them on Business 67 South at the end of the 4-lane. Call 573-785-0208. And brought to you by Henson Farm Supply. Looking for a powerful tractor? Then head over to Henson Farm Supply and check out their TYM tractors designed for comfort and hard work. Henson Farm Supply. It is your go-to for Vermeer and hay equipment, as well as custom hydraulic hose supplier, and your one-stop shop for all your farm, home, and equipment needs. Visit Henson Farm Supply. And brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Remember, going on right now, it is the 5th annual free oil change for St. Jude. As a matter of fact, Sean's right there. He is at Barker's right now. It is going on this week. Remember, it's Barker's by request, 785-7811. They are doing their part to help out the kids of St. Jude. All right, coming up to the plate now, it is Riley Hurt, the pitcher for the Lady Tigers. There's a ground ball to Crowley at shortstop, over to first base, and got her in time. Good job by Duckett, able to plant the foot back on the bag. 1 up and 1 down here in the bottom of the second inning. So now Grace Allen coming up to the plate now. Nobody on, 1 away here in the inning. Allen now, she digs in with nobody on. We are in the bottom of inning number 2 here in our first game. Clearwater and East Carter. First pitch up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. On a almost perfect afternoon for some softball here in Doniphan. 1 down here in the second. There's a swing and a miss, and now the count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Plenty of ball games left to go here today. And following this game, you've got Naylor and Neelyville, the number 7 seed against the number 2 seed. Later on this evening at 4 o'clock, there's a swing and a miss. It is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coming up in the last game of the first round, it'll be the 6 seed Lady Bears of Greenville. They will take on the Lady Royals of Twin Rivers. Twin Rivers is the 3 seed. This one is fouled away. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the second inning. By the way, tomorrow we'll see Doniphan in the first game tomorrow beginning at 2 o'clock. They were the number 1 seed. They got the first round bye. They will take on the winner of this game tomorrow right here at 2 o'clock. 2 balls and 2 strikes here, as Grace Allen one down, the shortstop for the Lady Tigers, trying to get on base. There's the ground ball right back to Miller over to first base in time. And there's 2 down here in the bottom of the second inning. So that one goes a 1-3 on the out. So 2 down here in the inning. So now Abby Gingery coming up to the plate now. She is the left fielder for the Lady Tigers, and she holds off of that first pitch. It is ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. 2 down here in the inning. Here is the next pitch on the way. Ground ball foul down the first base line. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count. Still no score here in the inning. Two balls and 1 strike here. 2-1 the count. This one, ground ball to the second baseman. Kirby flips it over to first base in time, and that'll be how the side is retired. Boy, this game is flying on by as we go to the top of inning number 3 now. Still no score. And coming up to the plate now, it'll be Holloway, Newton, and Cooley. 7, 8, 9 all due up here in the top of inning number 2, or make that top of inning number 3 rather, and no score. As we get ready, that time for Callie Miller, she took just 11 pitches in the frame and still has not given up a hit at the moment. So we'll see coming up here in the top of inning number 3 if either team in the third inning are going to be able to break free. Still no score, just underway as we get ready for the third inning. 7, 8, 9 all due up here. Janica Holloway, Cadence Newton, and Zelma Cooley all due up in the inning. Our ball game is presented by Delta Companies. Williamsville Stone Company of Delta Companies is a proud supporter of this year's tournament. They excel in asphalt paving, also road construction, also site development. Their commitment to safety, sustainability, and cost-effective solutions sets them apart from everywhere else. Give them a call, 573-334-5261. And brought to you by Southern Care and Comfort. They provide assistance to residents, which allows them to live in their home. Their caregivers provide assistance for personal care, household chores, shopping, even errands. Give them a call, 573-686-2273. Let Southern Care and Comfort care for you and your loved ones the way they do their own. First pitch is taken out, or I should say taken for a foul ball. This one out of play, no balls and 1 strike as we are underway here in the top of inning number 3. Fouled away to the screen quickly, no balls and 2 strikes here. Let us know where you're watching from here today. Whether you're tuning in from a class or whether you're watching us from home, whatever the case may be, let us know on social media where you're watching. This is our first of 3 games. This one just gets a piece of it to stay alive. This one fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes here. No balls and 2 strikes as Holloway digs in. Here is the 0-2. This one is popped up down the line, and this one's going to go foul. Still no balls and 2 strikes here. As we get ready here, we're already in the 3rd inning. Later on today, you've got Neelyville taking on Naylor, a 7-2 matchup. That'll be coming up directly following this one. Heather Ann is watching all the way from Seattle, Washington. Good stop by the shortstop, Allen, and got her at first base. Good throw as Graham had to stretch on that one, able to make the play. It goes 6-3 on the out, and there is your first out of the 3rd inning. So now Cadence Newton coming up to the plate now for the Lady Redbirds. Redbirds have only received 1 hit so far today. That last play goes 6-3. There's a swing and a miss. 1 down here in the inning. So 1 away. No balls and a strike here. Good pitch outside, taken for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hurt so far in this ball game. She is entering today's game with an earned run average of under 4, 3.955. This one fouled it away. Got a foul tip on it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Here in the top of inning number 3, 1 away. Redbirds wearing their red pinstripes. This one up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Clearwater wearing their gray jersey tops, white pants, the orange trim, and the orange numbering. Swing and a miss. Drop strike 3. The catcher throws to first base in time. There is the first strikeout of the game for either pitcher, and there are 2 down here in the inning. And now coming up to the plate now, Zelma Cooley in the 9 spot here today. 2 down here in the inning. So Cooley now steps in with nobody on and 2 away here in the inning. First pitch up high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count here to the 9-hitter in the lineup. Still no score the first time these two met up earlier this season. There's a pop fly. This one looks to be caught. First baseman calls everybody off and makes the catch in foul territory as Graham makes the catch. And the inning will come to a close. No runs on, no hits, and nobody left on. Another fast inning. It took just 12 pitches overall. 1 strikeout in the inning. Other than that, nobody reaches base here as we get ready now for the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still no score. And we'll see if the Lady Tigers are able to break through here in the inning. Coming up for the Lady Tigers of Clearwater, it'll be 7-8-9 all due up. Still looking for their first hit of the ball game. And coming up, it'll be Miley Graham, Janae Keister, and Natalie Henson all due up. If anybody gets on, we're back to the top of the lineup with Abby Cheney if somebody is able to reach base here in at the bottom of the 3rd inning. Our ball game today is presented by White Sanders Funeral Home. They are located in Fisk and Culin. They are family-owned business committed to providing personalized service for all families with compassion, dignity, and respect. Jim and Kathy Sanders are proud to be a supporter of the community. It's White Sanders Funeral Home in Fisk and Culin. 573-967-3300. And brought to you by Stan Bader Wood Trust. Family owned and operated for 37 years for residential and commercial in all types of wood trusses. Stan Bader has been building wood trusses for over 47 years. For more information, give them a call, 573-328-4150, or contact them on Facebook. Miss CJ is tuning in, watching. She says, Tiger alumni from Clearwater. Tim's right here behind me, already falling asleep already. We're in game number 1. He's taking a nap. First pitch in there for a call strike, and we are underway here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. No balls and 1 strike here. So Graham digs in. There's a ground ball hit sharply to Kirby over to first base in time. 2 pitches and a 1 down here in the inning. 1 away here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So now Janae Keister coming up to the plate now. Goes 4-3 on the out, 1 away. This one is fouled away to the screen. No balls and 1 strike. So Janae Keister now, she is in the 8th spot. Natalie Henson awaiting on deck for the Lady Tigers. Still no score. As we are underway here, we started about 26 minutes ago. This one a little bit low, ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, we're very lucky today. We've got some really good officials here for this week. Starting off the first game behind the plate, Dave Crockett at first base. Brian Chilton, there's a swing and a miss. It is 1 ball, 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count now here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Downstairs for a ball. The count is even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count now. Still looking for our first run of the ball game. This one's downstairs. Full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count is full. Boy, the last time that these two met up, it was a defensive battle. Clearwater edged them out 4-3. This one is fouled away, out of play, down the 3rd base line. So we'll do it again. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll be here tomorrow as well, coming up for the semifinals. And then coming up on Thursday, we'll move over to 3 Rivers College. This one is fouled away. So we'll move over to the college coming up on Thursday for 3rd place at 4 o'clock and championship at 6 o'clock. Carol Burris is tuning in. She is watching from Southern California. Glad to have you alongside. How's the weather where you are?
18, Natalie Henson.
So now Natalie Henson coming up. First walk issued of the ball game for either team. And now Henson coming up to the plate now with 1 on and 1 down. First pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
You better get a sign first before you step in again. Blue 211.
You can hear the coach there for Clearwater letting his batter know to get that sign. 1 ball and no strikes here. As Miller comes set, this one has popped up out toward center field. Making the catch is Hutchinson, 2 away here in the inning. Runner will retreat back to first base. So runner on first base with 2 down here in the inning.
Cheney.
And now we're back to the top of the lineup now with Abby Cheney. Cheney is 0 for 1 here in the ball game. Popped out to left field her first time. She went the opposite direction her last time. She is 0 for 1. She is showing bunt and it goes foul. No balls and 1 strike here. 0-1 the count. Megan Warwick is tuning in, watching us from Greenville. Ooh, Carol says 95 degrees where she's at in Southern California. It's in the mid-60s here, Carol. There's a pop fly. This one going to be in foul territory. The catcher going over Ochoa and makes the catch in foul territory. And that is how this inning will come to a close. So the Lady Tigers, they strand a runner on first base. It took only 14 pitches. And we are going to the top of inning number 4 now. Still no score in this first of 3 games of the day. And we've got ourselves quite the duo here so far. The Lady Tigers leaving a runner on first base after a 1-out walk was issued. It took only 14 pitches, and now coming up to the plate, we are back to the top of the lineup here for the Lady Redbirds. It'll be Hutchinson, Miller, and Crowley. If anybody gets on, Ochoa will bat 4th in the lineup. So now as we get ready for the top of inning number 4, our broadcast today, it is presented by Hester Trucking. They are located in Brosley, family owned and operated for 4 generations, available for all your dump trucking needs, asphalt, rock, dirt, even haul and spread lime. Call Randy, Jason, Sean, or Devin at 573-328-1160. And brought to you by Day One Chiropractic. Do you wake up in the mornings feeling stiff and sore? Well, Dr. Sean and Megan Nibby at Day One Chiropractic, they are ready to help you feel better. So many Americans suffer from neck and back pain. It is time to do something about it. Let today be day one of you feeling better. They are located next to Pizza Inn in Poplar Bluff. Call 573-772-5451. Proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. So here we go now in the top of inning number 4. First pitch is taken downstairs for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. As we are back to the top of the lineup now. Hutchinson 0 for 1 here in the ball game. This one has popped up along the infield. Going over to make the catch is Allen there at shortstop. And 1 away here in the top of inning number 4.
Miller.
So now the pitcher coming up to the plate now. Callie Miller now, the second batter in the lineup with 1 away. We'll see what she's able to get started here with 1 down here in the inning. And the first pitch in there for a called strike. No balls and 1 strike here. With 1 away here in the top of inning number 4, Callie popped back out to the pitcher. There's a ground ball. This one's going to go foul. Just over the head of Coach Kirby there on third base. It is no balls and 2 strikes. Yes, it is. It is a pitcher's battle today for sure. 1 down here in the inning. 0-2 count, a swing and a miss and a strikeout. 2 down here in the top of inning number 4. Second strikeout of the ball game so far for Riley Hurt. She entered the ball game with 42 strikeouts on the season. This one has popped up along the infield. Allen goes over to make the catch at shortstop in a very quick 1-2-3 at top of the 4th inning. We are going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Still no score as we get ready for the Lady Tigers to come up. Another 6-pitch inning for Riley Hurt. She had 1 back in the 1st inning, and now she's got another. We are already in the bottom of the 4th inning and still no score as the Lady Tigers come up to the plate now. We'll see if they're able to do anything coming up in this bottom of the inning. By the way, for Riley Hurt, she threw 6 pitches in the 1st inning, 5 in the 2nd. She threw 12 in the 3rd and 6 here in the 4th inning. Still no score as we get ready. It'll be Eaton, Shear, and Hurt all coming up here as we get ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. 2, 3, and 4 all due up for the Lady Tigers. Our ball game is presented by the Twin Rivers Booster Club. They are proud to support the OFC tournament and the Lady Royals later on today, and brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance. Call Keith Parker at Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance for exceptional service. Call 573-785-4629 to secure the coverage you deserve. Auto, home, life, and business. Trust Keith, who's always here for you when you need it the most. And brought to you by Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, is a 3rd-generation family-owned jewelry retail and repair store. They've got gifts and prices to fit any budget for Mother's Day, including custom jewelry serving Poplar Bluff for over 60 years. It is where Walmart is next to them at Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, another proud supporter of the OFC. So now coming up to the plate now, it is Georgia Eaton, the second hitter in the lineup. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2, 3, and 4 all due up. First pitch taken outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. We thought this game was going to be one of the better games of the first day, and so far it has lived up to the hype. No score so far here in the game. Taken downstairs for a ball, 2 balls and no strikes. So 2-0 the count now. This one is fouled away to the fence here in front of us. 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count now. Just underway here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It is now 12:30. We'll see 6 out of these 7 teams here this afternoon. And then Doniphan, who drew the #1 seed, undefeated so far this spring season. They will play tomorrow, the winner of this matchup, and that'll be at 2 o'clock. Strike 2 is called. Count is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I see Coach Brad Haygood. He is in attendance here, taking notes. He'll see one of these 2 teams coming up tomorrow. Here is your payoff pitch on the way. A swing and a miss. Down on strikes. First strikeout of the ball game for Callie Miller. 1 away here in the bottom of the inning. And now Reagan Shear coming up to the plate. She is 0 for 1 so far today. She grounded out to third base. Made that popped out to her third base her first time. There's a strike called on the inside part of the plate. No balls and 1 strike. So Shear now coming up to the plate. Nobody on. 1 away. There's a fly ball. This one out toward center field. Hutchinson goes over, makes the catch, and calls everybody else off. 2 down here in the inning. So 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And now Riley Hurt coming up to the plate. Hurt is 0 for 1 so far today. She grounded out to shortstop her first time. Only 8 pitches thrown by Miller, make it 9 here in the inning, and the first pitch up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes here. Bottom of the 4th inning, no score. There's a strike on the outside, a part of the plate. Count is even now, 1-1 the count. This one right to the second baseman. Kirby flips it in time. Got her at first base, and that is how the inning comes to an end. Kirby had to maintain her composure on that one and does so. And now we go to the top of inning number 5. Still no score. It took 11 pitches for this one to come to a close. And now we are going to the top of inning number 5. Coming up for the Lady Redbirds, it'll be Ochoa, Kirby, and Duckett. All coming up here in the inning. Still no score. Only 1 base runner for each team so far in this ball game. It has been a pitcher's duel so far. We thought this is what it might turn out to be, and so far it is exactly what we thought it was going to be. Once again, the OFC presented by Pizza Inn. Enjoy fresh pizza and salad at Pizza Inn. Their endless pizza buffet features a variety of toppings, including their famous chocolate chip dessert pizza. Enjoy fun for the whole family. Book your parties there today at Pizza Inn in Poplar Bluff. Also, our game is proudly presented by Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies and Indoor Range. Also being brought to you by JG Concrete Construction, Russians Towing. Also being brought to you by Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, and Southern Care and Comfort. So now as we get ready for the top of inning number 5, still no score here in the ball game. And we talked about this earlier on today, the first time these two met up this season. East Carter lost by 1 run. It was a 4-3 ball game during that time, and that game, by the way, was also played at Clearwater. So today on a neutral field, a very good ball game. No score so far. And now Carla Ochoa coming up to the plate. She is 1 for 1 so far. She singled and then was doubled off of first base on a pop-up by Sierra Duckett. There's a swing and a miss. We are underway. No balls and 1 strike here for Ochoa. Ochoa, the catcher here for the Lady Redbirds. No score here in the 5th inning. Up high for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. So the count is even now at 1-1. Already here in the 5th inning. This game has been going on for 41 minutes. There's a pop-up, this one along the infield. Second baseman Georgia Eaton comes in to make the catch.
Up the bat, number 1, Addie Kirby.
So now Kirby coming up to the plate now. Kirby popped into a double play her last time. She flew out to shortstop. She bats left-handed, the lefty versus the righty. There's a swing and a foul to the screen. No balls and 1 strike here. Thank you so much, Carol. Appreciate that very much. We do appreciate the compliments for sure. Pitch is on the way, fly ball. This one down the first base line. This one gets out of play. It is no balls and 2 strikes. Are you comfortable, Tim? You taking a nap back there, buddy? Looks like you're very comfortable today. You should see the way we got this whole thing set up. It's very crazy how it's set up here today. But I do want to say one thing, a big shout out to the Doniphan administration for getting us set up with internet, because without their cooperation, we wouldn't be here. There's no way. Appreciate Brad Haygood. Also Adam Epps. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Without their cooperation, there's no way we would be able to get out. 2-2 the count now here in the top of inning number 5. Still no score. This one is outside. Now it's a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So far here in the ball game, Riley Hurt has issued no walks so far. Full count here to Addie Kirby, who is 0 for 1 here in the ball game. And there is the first walk issued of the ball game for Riley Hurt, a runner on first base now.
Sierra Duckett.
Just the second base runner of the entire ball game here for the Lady Redbirds. They've got 1 hit and now a 1-out walk. Sierra Duckett grounded out to 3rd base her last time. Runner on first base. 1 down. There's a strike called. Good pitch by Hurt. Way to come back on that pitch. No balls and a strike here. Runner on first base. Swing and a miss. Good pitch once again by Hurt. Folder on that one. No balls and 2 strikes. So 0-2 the count now. Runner on first base with 1 down. Runner staying put. This one is popped up along the infield. Keister goes over from 3rd base to make the catch. 2 down here in the inning. Runner still on first base.
Janica Holloway.
So now Janica Holloway coming up to the plate now. Holloway is 0 for 1. She grounded out to shortstop her first time. 2 down here in the 5th inning. So now Janica Holloway digs in. Good stop by Shear there at the catcher. They're able to keep that ball in front of her. More importantly, keep that runner on first base. So Kirby still over there at first. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 away. There's a ground ball. This one goes up the middle. Shortstop cuts it off. Allen over to first base in time. And the side is retired. So the Lady Redbirds, they strand a runner on first base. Allen is going to come up here in the bottom of the inning. Still no score as we get ready for the Lady Tigers now. It took just 14 pitches that time. The most pitches thrown this ball game in an inning so far for Riley Hurt, but still able to only strand 1 runner and still no score as we get ready for the bottom of the inning now. A very good ball game here so far in this first one. We knew that it would be very limited base runners so far here in the ball game. First walk of the game issued for Hurt in that last inning, but didn't matter. They left the runner on first base. So now we go to the home half of the 5th inning. Still no score. Coming up, it'll be 5, 6, and 7 all due up for the Lady Tigers here out of Clearwater. Coming up in game 2, it'll be this afternoon, Neelyville taking on the Naylor Lady Eagles. It is a 7-2 seed. And then in game number 3 of the day, it is Greenville as a 6 seed. They're going to take on, speaking of Naylor, they are showing up right behind us here. So they are here now, and coming up, we will have Neelyville. They will be here later on as well. Twin Rivers is the 3 seed in this year's tournament, and they will take on the Lady Bears coming up in the final game of the day. Our broadcast here today, proudly presented by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Remember, call this week for the 5th annual free oil change for St. Jude. All you've got to do is just make a donation to St. Jude. No donation is too big or too small to get that oil changed. Call 573-778.
Allen.
573-785-7811. So now we are in the bottom of the 5th inning now. Grace Allen comes up to the plate. She's 0 for 1. She grounded out to the pitcher her last time. Here is the pitch on the way, up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0 the count. When we got started, we had a game time temperature at that time of 62 degrees. We have risen 1 more degree. We're at 63. This one is bunted down the third base line and foul. Count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Coming up following this game, Sean Mannon will be here. He will take over for me as I've got to get to Poplar Bluff. Got a Mules baseball game this afternoon at 4:30. That's where I'll be. Mules taking on the Rebels out of Central Park Hills. Strike is called. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes now. 1-2 the count. So 1-2 the count here. Here is your 1-2 pitch, and just misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count now as we are in the bottom of inning number 5. So Naylor is here. They've got the next game against Neelyville. Up high again, a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So it's 3-2 the count now. 3-2 the count. Nobody on as the Lady Tigers are trying to get their leadoff runner aboard. We are late in this ball game. This one has popped up along the infield, and Newton goes over to make the catch at third base. 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Number 13, Abby Gingery.
So Abby Gingery comes up to the plate now. Gingery, she is 0 for 1 as well. That one goes F5 on the pop out. So Gingery coming up now. She grounded out to second base her first time. First pitch is in there for a called strike. It is no balls and 1 strike here. 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th inning. This one is downstairs. Count is even now at 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 is the count. Here in the 5th inning, still no score. Good game shaping up here in Doniphan. This one is up high, 2 balls and 1 strike. So Callie Miller now about to throw pitch number 60 here in the ball game. She has had a phenomenal outing to this point. This one is fouled away, and it's going to go foul. So now the count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Callie Miller and Riley Hurt each having really good outings so far in this ball game. Pretty evenly matched up on paper, and they're both executing very well. This one's in the dirt for a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. You hear Coach Crockett. Of course, he is the head baseball coach for Neelyville. He's got the plate in this first game. Here's the pitch, and this one is downstairs, and there's a 1-out walk issued. So a runner now on first base with 1 down here in the inning.
Up to bat, number 7, Miley Graham.
Second walk issued of the ball game. Third base runner of the day for the Lady Tigers. And coming up now, it is Miley Graham. She is 0 for 1 so far today. Grounded out to second base her last time. There's a swing and a miss. And now the hesitation going down to second base is safe. So no balls and one strike here. Gingery hesitated, but luckily she was able to get in with no tag. No balls and one strike here. So Gingery now with a stolen base. This one fouled away. It is no balls and 2 strikes. So runner now on second base with 1 away. First time all ball game that either team has had a runner in scoring position. Runner on second base now. Here is the pitch on the way. Got her looking. A strike 3, 2 down here in the inning.
Up to bat, number 14, Jana Keister.
So Keister coming up to the plate now with 2 down in the inning. She walked her last time. She bats left-handed. This one is right to the third baseman. Newton over to first base and got her at first base, and that is how the side is retired. So the Lady Tigers, they leave a runner on second base, and now we are going to the top of inning number 6 now. Still no score. That last out, by the way, goes 5-3, and a runner is left on second base. 1 walk issued in the inning, a base runner left on. Second base runner left on here in the ball game. Second base runner in total. So far, no hits allowed by Callie Miller here in this ball game. A strikeout and a walk in the inning. It took 16 pitches, and now we are already in the top of inning number 6 now. Coming up, it'll be Newton, Cooley, and then back to the top of the lineup here with Hutchinson. Our ball game is presented by White Sanders Funeral Home, also being brought to you by Stan Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, also being brought to you by Keith Parker Farm Bureau, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and brought to you by Pizza Inn in Poplar Bluff. So here we go now as we get ready for the top of inning number 6. Hard to believe that this game has been going on for 53 minutes. A very good defensive battle so far.
Now up to bat,
if you don't mind, hit that share button for us on social media. Newton comes up to the plate now. Newton is the 8th hitter in the lineup. She struck out her first time, and there's a swing and a miss and no balls and a 1 strike here as we are in the 6th inning. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes here as Cadence Newton, the third baseman, batting in the 8th spot this afternoon. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and this one just misses up high for a ball. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1-2 the count now here in the top of inning number 6. And strike 3, looking her second strikeout of the ball game. She is 0 for 2 now with 2 strikeouts.
Up to bat, number 20, Zelma Cooley.
So now Zelma Cooley coming up to the plate now. She replaced Rylan Bowman. Bowman was supposed to start this ball game, but she is having some pain in her hip area, therefore unable to play today. They made that one right when we got started, right before the first pitch here today. No balls and 1 strike. This one gets away. It's going to be in the dirt for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count now. So 1-1 the count here in the top of inning number 6. By the way, coming up in the bottom part of the inning, it'll be 9-1-2 for the Lady Tigers. And there's a pop-up. This one out towards center field. It gets in for a hit. Cooley stumbled around first, and they've got a play. She's saved. So a double by Cooley, and that gives the Redbirds a 1-out hit.
Mackenzie Hutchinson.
So now Hutchinson back into the lineup now. She will come, she is the top of the lineup rather. Runner on second base with 1 down. So Cooley takes that one to center field. And now there's a ball taken up high. 1 ball and no strikes. For the first time in the ball game, Lady Redbirds now have a runner in scoring position. There's a ground ball. This one over toward second base. Eaton goes over to first in time. The runner does advance to third base.
Up to bat,
So
number
2 down
14,
here in the
Callie
inning,
Miller.
and now a runner on third base. And now Callie Miller comes up to the plate. How fitting is this for her? With 2 down, the pitcher for the Redbirds up to the plate. She's got a runner on third base now. It's no balls and 1 strike. So the count is 0-1 now. Riley Hurt has thrown 53 pitches so far today. There's a fly ball. This one gets in for a base hit. And the Lady Redbirds have taken the lead for the first time here in the ball game. First run of the ball game by
Up to bat,
either
number
team.
24, Anna Crowley.
The Lady Redbirds now lead 1-0. So Cooley with a 1-out double will come in to score from third base. And now it is a 1-0 ball game. This one is outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. This one is popped up over the third base line and out of play. It's 1 ball, 1 strike now. So the Lady Redbirds score the first run of the ball game for either team. Thank you so much, Carol. We appreciate that very much. There's a fly ball. This one out toward right field. Patterson goes back to make the catch. And the inning will come to a close, but not before the Lady Redbirds pick up 2 hits. They leave a runner on first base. We go to the bottom of the inning. It is a 1-0 ball game now for the Lady Redbirds. Lady Redbirds, that inning got 1 run on 2 hits. They leave a runner on. They left 2 so far here in the game. So now coming up to the plate, it'll be Henson, Cheney, and Eaton, 9, 1, and 2, all due up now for the Lady Tigers here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And just like that now, the Lady Redbirds here, they do have a 1-run lead. Our ball game here today is proudly presented by Senator Jason Bean, also being brought to you by Black River Shooting Supplies and Indoor Range. Also being brought to you by Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete Construction, also Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, and being brought to you by Henson's Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, and brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home, all proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. So here we go now as we get ready for the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Henson, Cheney, and Eaton all due up here as we get ready for the bottom of the inning. And so far, a very good game. The Lady Redbirds taking a 1-run lead in the top of the inning. Cooley with a 1-out double. And then, just like that, two hits in the inning would give the Lady Redbirds a 1-0 lead as Miller, the pitcher, was able to go to center field and get a base hit. So that's where we are now here in the ball game. It's coming up on 1 o'clock now. The next game is scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock. That is when the next game is supposed to begin. I'm assuming if this game does end early, which we're on pace to make that happen, but if it does, I'm assuming that we'll get started possibly a little bit early as well. So now here we go now.
Number 18, Natalie Henson.
So now Henson coming up to the plate now. So now Henson due up. She is 0 for 1 so far in the ball game. Popped out to center field her last time, and there's a ground ball cut off by the second baseman over to first base in time. Kirby stayed with the ball and able to make the play at first base for the first out of the
Now to
bottom
bat, number
of the
25,
sixth inning.
Abby Cheney.
So now Abby Cheney coming up to the plate now. She is 0 for 2 so far. She has popped out to right field or make that left field and out to the catcher. She shows bunt. This one's going to go foul. So no balls and 1 strike here. Boy, that was a great play a moment ago by the second baseman by Addie Kirby. Stayed with it and able to throw the runner out at first base. 1 down here in the inning. And now we're back to the top of the lineup. This one is up high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in the top of inning make that bottom of the 6th inning. Here is the 1-1 pitch on the way. This one is fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Callie Miller is ahead here in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Winner goes on to play Doniphan tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here from Doniphan High School. This one is up high. Count is even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count now. Two the count. Here's the pitch on the way, up high for a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count now. 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. What a pitch by Miller. 2 down here in the inning.
Number 12, Georgia Eaton.
So now Georgia Eaton coming up to the plate. So far here in the ball game, that is the 3rd strikeout for Miller. She's got 1 strikeout in the 4th inning, 1 in the 5th, and now 1 here in the 6th. 1 ball and no strikes here. 1-2 down here in the inning. So 2 balls and no strikes now. 2-0 the count. Here is the pitch on the way. And a strike right down the middle. 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count now. Nobody on here in the 6th. Up high for a ball. 3 balls and 1 strike. So 3-1 the count. Miller entering the game is 8-4 on the year. She entered the ball game with 55 strikeouts. And there is a 2-out walk now with the runner on first base.
Reagan Shearer.
So Reagan Shearer now coming up to the plate. Shearer is 0 for 2, 2 pop outs, 1 to third base and 1 to center field. So 2 down here in the inning. Eaton now at first base, and there's a strike called. No balls and 1 strike. So 0-1 the count now. The count here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 down. This one is up high for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Our ball game here today is proudly presented by our good friends at Barker's Towing and Auto Repair. Also being brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home and Stan Bader Wood Truss. There's a fly ball. This one out toward center, but the shortstop calls everybody off, and Crowley makes the catch on the edge of the grass. And that is how this inning will come to a close. We're going to play 7. It'll be Ochoa, Kirby, and Duckett when we come back. You're watching live coverage. It is the OFC Softball Tournament. We are live here at Doniphan High School. That last out goes F6 on the out, and there is your 3rd out of the inning. Once again, the Lady Tigers, they strand 1 runner on. They have left 3 runners on base so far here in the ball game. We'll give you the numbers coming up here in just a minute here on both pitchers. Both pitchers have had a sensational afternoon so far. And we're going to go now to the top of inning number 7. Still only a 1-run difference here between the two teams. So it'll be 4, 5, and 6 all due up here for the Lady Redbirds here in the top of inning number 7. Let's talk about the two pitchers here for just a minute. Let's talk about where each of these two are here in the game at this point, as we see both pitchers really dominating here so far. The Lady Redbirds have 1 run on 3 hits and no errors. The Lady Tigers so far with no runs and so far no hits allowed by Miller in this ball game. Let's talk about each of these two. Let's go to Riley Hurt first off. She has went 6 innings so far. She has faced 21 batters. She has thrown 41 strikes, 3 hits, 1 run. It was an earned run. She's walked 1, struck out 3. On the other end, for the Lady Redbirds of East Carter, for Callie Miller, she has also went 6 innings strong. She has given up. She has thrown so far 81 pitches. 50, by the way, were for strikes. There's a ball taken up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Miller so far, she has given up 3 hits, she has given up no hits, no runs, and no errors. She's walked 3 and struck out 3. There's a ball taken outside. It is 2 balls and no strikes. So 2-0 the count here in the top of inning number 7. This one has popped up behind us and way behind Tim as well. 2 balls and 1 strike, so it's a 2-1 count here in the 7th inning. 2-1 here, our first game of the afternoon. Here is your 2-1 pitch on the way. This one has popped up behind us. It's quickly 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count here in the top of inning number 7. Good battle here today for these two teams. Very low-scoring game. Outside pitch, it's called a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes, a full count now. Once again, the last time these two teams met up earlier this season in the spring, it was a 4-3 victory by East Carter. There's a fly ball. This one to center field, and Cheney on the run. She'll make the play out in center field. Good catch there by Cheney.
Number 1
down here in the inning. And now Addie Kirby coming up to the plate. She is 0 for 1 with a walk so far in the ball game. So 1 down here in the inning. This one has popped up. This one out to left field, and this one's going to be in for a base hit. Gingery could not come up with it. It'll be a 1-out double. And now runners on second base with only 1 down.
Up to bat, number 4, Sierra Duckett.
So a 1-out double. And I tell you what, that's a huge run sitting there on second base right now. A little bit of insurance, as right now the Lady Redbirds only lead 1-0. First pitch is going to be popped up. This one is playable. Coming in is Cheney to make the catch in center field. 2 down here in the inning. Boy, Cheney had to come a long way for that one. 2 down. Tell you what, East Carter not wasting any time.
15, Janica Holloway.
So now Janica Holloway comes up to the plate now. 2 away with a big insurance run on second base. Holloway is 0 for 2 so far today. Here is the pitch, and this one has popped up. This one's playable. And the inning will come to a close as Graham is able to make the play on first base. So a 1-out double is stranded on second base. And now we are going to the bottom of the inning. It is the last opportunity here for the Clearwater Lady Tigers. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 all due up. And now coming up, the Lady Redbirds are 3 outs away from moving on to the semifinal round. That'll be held tomorrow right here at the same location at Doniphan High School. We are actually behind the high school, actually. A 9-pitch inning at that time by Riley Hurt, as she has pitched a beautiful game here today. 7 innings, only giving up the 1 run. here in this ball game. Had a one-out double there, but this time the Lady Redbirds unable to advance that runner in. So now we go to the home half of inning number 7. 3 outs away. If East Carter can hold them here, then the Lady Redbirds would move on to take on Coach Brad Haygood's Donettes tomorrow at 2 o'clock right here at Doniphan High School. Our ball game here today proudly presented by Pizza Inn, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, also being brought to you by Keith Parker Farm Bureau, Twin Rivers Booster Club, also being brought to you by Day One Chiropractic, Hester Trucking, Bader Wood Trust, White Sanders Funeral Home, Southern Care and Comfort, also being brought to you by Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Delta Companies, Henson Farm Supply, Christian Automotive and Tire, Elite Trucking Academy, also being brought to you by Russian Towing, JG Concrete Construction, Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, and being brought to you by Senator Jason Bean, proud supporters of the OFC Softball Tournament. All right, so here we go now. Bottom of the 7th inning coming up.
21, Riley Hurt.
So now Riley Hurt coming in. She is 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. First pitch swinging away. This one's going to get out of play for a foul ball down the first baseline. It is no balls and 1 strike here, as we are ready now for the bottom of the 7th inning. Here is the 0-1 pitch, and there's a strike called. It's now no balls and 2 strikes. So no balls and 2 strikes now. Here is your 0-2 pitch, just misses downstairs for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes, and this one is popped up and out of play. Another bus is arriving. This would be Neelyville coming to the party. So Neelyville's here. They'll play the next ball game coming up. They will take on the winner of, or I should say, they'll take on Naylor rather coming up in the next ball game. Here is the pitch on the way downstairs. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Count is even at 2-2 now. Here is your 2-2 pitch on the way here from Miller. There's a ground ball right to the third baseman, Newton, over to first base in time. Boy, that was a laser shot off the bat there by Miller, or by Hurt rather.
Number 17,
and Newton
Grace
is able
Allen.
to maintain her composure. 1 down here in the inning. And now coming up to the plate now for the Lady Tigers, it'll be Grace Allen. Allen, a freshman. This one's going to go foul down at that third base line. No balls and 1 strike here. 1 away, nobody on. Forget the cameras right directly behind me. Not used to somebody shooting over my shoulder. There's a ground ball. This one, oh, what a good stop by the shortstop, and no play at first base. But what a play by Crowley to keep the ball on the infield. It'll be an infield base hit.
Up to bat,
Runner
number
on first
13,
base.
Abby Gingery.
And now Abby Gingery coming up to the plate now. Tying run is on first base.
Blue 125.
First hit allowed of the ball game by Callie Miller. So now Allen standing on first base. Abby Gingery coming in now. She is walked and grounded out to second base. Runner takes off. The throw down is not in time. And now the tying run is there at second base. So a stolen base by Allen. That's huge. And now a runner on second base. It is an 0-1 count.
Hey, know what you're going to do, Barnes.
So now Allen with a stolen base. Tying run standing there at first. 1 away here in the inning. No balls and 1 strike. Here is the 0-1 pitch on the way. Up high for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1-1 the count now with a runner on second base. 1 down here in the inning. Here's the pitch on the way. There's a ground ball. This one is going to move the runner to third, over to first base in time. And there's 2 down here in the inning. So now it comes down to Miley Graham with 2 down here in the inning. So that one goes 6-3 on the out. 2 away. Miley Graham now. She is 0 for 2. She has grounded out and struck out today so far. And now the whole infield comes together to meet with Callie Miller, who's only given up 1 hit all ball game. Tying run, standing 60 feet away on third base. Winners will move on to tomorrow's semifinals, where they will take on the Doniphan Donettes at 2 o'clock, right here at Doniphan High School. Runner on second base. Here we go now. Graham comes set. First pitch is called a strike. It is no balls and 1 strike. So 0-1 the count now. 2 down here in the 7th. Tying run. That's the important run for Clearwater. They are standing on third base right now. This one is popped up. This one is playable. First baseman makes the catch. Duck it. And that is your ball game, as the Lady Redbirds will advance. It took 1 hour and 17 minutes. And I think we should probably go talk to our player of the game. And I think today it's going to be, Callie Miller with only 1 hit all ball game. What do you think, Tim? Thumbs up, thumbs down. He says the same thing. So what we're going to do is stay with us, and you're going to hear some crowd noise, but we'll be right back. We may have to mute the mic depending on if they play music or not, but stay with us. We're going to interview our player of the game coming up next. Final score, 1-0. The Lady Redbirds get the win. We're going to come right back in just a moment. All right, so we are back with our post game. Our player of the game brought to you by State Senator Jason Beans, Callie Miller. And first off, congratulations. What a win here today. 1 hit all ball game. Walk us through the mindset. The first time you guys faced Clearwater this season, they beat you guys 4-3. You guys get them here 1-0. What was the mindset here today?
I just knew I had to pitch my best game because I really wanted to keep moving on.
So go back to that 7th inning when they had a runner on second base. The whole infield came together. What was the message in the huddle there before you got the last 2 outs?
We just knew we had to bear down and make sure we got our outs.
Tell you what, you guys came together here today, and it seemed like that no matter what happened, you guys would not be denied. What about your team behind you? It was a very close ball game, hard to get base runners. Somehow, though, you guys prevailed to move on to tomorrow.
Yes, I'm just really thankful I have really good defense behind me. They really help.
So let's walk us through now. Tomorrow, you guys will take on Doniphan semifinals right here at Doniphan. Your first thoughts on the Donettes?
They're definitely a good team, and we really, really have to bear down now.
So do me a favor, because there are a lot of people watching you back at home. For those who couldn't make it, what do you want to say to them right now?
I just want to say thank you for supporting so much and just being so kind.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. Go enjoy the win. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
You betcha. Callie Miller, our player of the game, brought to you by State Senator Jason Bean. Back to you, Tim. Are back, and of course congratulations to the Lady Redbirds of East Carter as they move on to the semifinal game, and they will take on Doniphan coming up tomorrow, and that'll be at 2 p.m. and we will be here for that game, and we want you to be here as well. So what we're going to do is, coming up, we're going to reset, and a lot of dust is going to come your way, Tim, just so you know, as they're going to re-drag the field. I'm going to introduce you to our commentator for the next ball game. His name is Sean Manning. He will be with us coming up during this next game. And, of course, Sean, you missed out on a barn burner first ball game.
Yeah.
East Carter gets the win over Clearwater by 1 run, a one-hit ball game by Callie Miller. She was named our Jason Bean player of the game.
Yeah, I watched Callie Miller that last inning when I got here. She was spitting fire. It seemed like only giving up one hit all game. hopefully our next 2 games are just as competitive. We want to see some good ball games here at part of the OFC tournament.
Absolutely indeed. So what we'll do is we're going to switch everything up. Stay with us. Final score once again 1-0, and they are dragging the field. They're going to restripe it, and they're going to get it ready for the second ball game. So you'll hear a little bit of silence, but we're still here. Tim might be playing some music in the background. I'm not sure where he went, but that's okay. So we'll be back. The game ended early, so I'm assuming that we're going to go a little bit early as well. Tim, you going to be able to play some music between games, or? All right, we're going to do that now, so stay with us. Your next game coming up, Sean Mannon. He's got your next ball game coming up. It'll be Neelyville taking on Naylor. It is a 2-7 matchup, and that ball game is coming up next. Thanks again for watching. Stay with us. I'm Frankie Castile. This is live coverage of the OFC Softball Tournament live on today's Talk, KWOC. We are live on Facebook and our YouTube channel by going to youtube.com/River Radio PB.
Hey everyone, this is Sean Manning live from Doniphan High School for the OFC Softball Tournament 2024. In case everyone's watching, just want to let you know you have a little bit of time. We're not starting the next game until 2 p.m. So we got some time. Hang out. We'd love to have you here on the stream. So be sure and join us here at 2 p.m. for the beginning of the game between Neelyville and Naylor here on today's Talk KWOC's Facebook page and the youtube.com/River Radio. And welcome back to Doniphan High School. This is Sean Mannon here for today's Talk KWOC, broadcasting live from the 2024 OFC Softball Tournament. We're ready for Game 2, featuring the 7-seed Naylor Lady Eagles taking on the 2-seed Neelyville Lady Tigers. This is going to be an exciting matchup for you today. We got 2 games still to come. After this one, the 6-seed Greenville Lady Bears are taking on the 3-seed Twin Rivers Lady Royals, all here from Doniphan High School in Doniphan, Missouri. Before we get started, I want to thank some of our great sponsors allowing us to bring you the OFC Softball Tournament, including State Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies, an indoor range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, the Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn in Poplar Bluff, all allowing us to bring you the OFC Softball Tournament. Like I said, we're starting with Naylor and Neelyville, this tense rivalry, 2 real close schools to each other. They'll be playing here in our second game of the day, starting here in just about 9 minutes. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have your starting lineups for this afternoon's matchup. Keep it here. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. And we are back here at Doniphan High School for the OFC Softball Tournament. Next game, Naylor versus Neelyville. We'll start with your starting lineup for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Leading off, freshman Ella Cannon playing shortstop. She's followed by junior Peyton Hopkins pitching. Chloe Mitchell, senior, batting the third slot. She will be playing catcher today. Sophomore Alexis Holcomb is at third base. Batting fifth, Faith Stoll, junior. She's in center field today. Cadence Wilkerson, the freshman, is over at first base. Madison Ederer, the senior, is in right field. Mariah Winters, freshman, is in center field, is over in left field today. And batting ninth, Grace Rule, sophomore. She is at second base for the Naylor Lady Eagles. Pitching will be Peyton Hopkins. She is 1-8 for the season with a 16.37 ERA. She's given up 91 walks to 40 strikeouts, looking to kind of get the season going here in the OFC tournament. Battling Naylor will be the Neelyville Lady Tigers, leading off number 11, Jade Cross-White, the junior. She's playing in center field. Pitching, number 1, September Pressler. She is a sophomore. She's actually number 1 on the baseball scorecard, as you wouldn't label people. Batting third at third base, Reese Dobbins, the junior. Batting fourth, Parker Ernst, sophomore. She is catching today. At shortstop, batting fifth, senior Lainey Dobbins. Over at first base, Hannah Hover. She is the senior for today. Callie Moss, the freshman, is at second base. Maya Martin, sophomore. She is batting eighth in right field. Batting ninth at the flex position would be Nicole Akers. And then 10th, number 10, Halen Crockett. She is the designated player for today. She is a junior. We're looking to get started here in about 3 or 4 minutes. Teams will take the field as the Naylor, as the lower seed, is the visiting team wearing gray for today. We'll be taking on Neelyville in maroon and white. So Naylor will be batting first as the away team today. We'll get your first pitch coming your way here in just a few minutes. The OFC Softball Tournament being brought to you by Jason Bean, State Senator, Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, and more. Here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. And we are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament as the managers are meeting with the umpires as we get started with the game. Managing Neelyville for today, head coach Daniel Sexton. He's assisted by Becky Hale for Naylor. As the wind keeps playing with my papers here. I had it all set up and ready to go. Then the wind was like, nah, not so much. They are being managed by head coach Allison Law, assistant coach Hannah Foster. As the handshake happens, it looks like we are about ready to get started. Taking the mound for Neelyville to start the game off will be number 2, September Pressler. As I told you earlier, she is 12-3 for the year with a 1.75 ERA.
Welcome to the second game of the first round of Ozark Quarterfinals. The first batter for the Naylor Lady Eagles is the shortstop, number 14.
Coming up to bat for Naylor will be shortstop Ella Cannon.
Batting second is the pitcher, number 5, Peyton Hopkins.
Taking the field there is the Neelyville Lady Tigers as we're getting ready to get started as the PA does their starting lineups for each team.
Number 12, Lex Hawkins. Playing center field, number 20.
Pressler out there talking with her catcher Parker Ernst, kind of going over some last minute game plan.
Playing right field, 00, Madison Edier.
I want to thank again more of our great sponsors allowing us to bring the OFC Softball Tournament to you this year, including Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's. Remember, Barker's by request. They have their free oil change for St. Jude going on this weekend, 573-785-7811. They were almost out of appointment slots when I was there earlier today, so be sure and call, see if there are any slots available. Also being brought to you by Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, and Bader Wood Truss.
Catcher, number 27, Parker Ernst. Playing shortstop, number 13, Delaney Dobbin.
As we're getting ready to get started here,
Number 17, Hannah Hoover.
I want to thank everyone for joining us here on the OFC tournament. We had a nice tight game 1-0 with a one-hitter. You can't get really any tighter than that. Hopefully, next 2 games will be equally as exciting. You never know how tournaments go. You could have a nail-biter, could have a blowout, and that's how it goes in these types of tournaments. As we are getting ready to get started, as the coaches, or as the umpires' handshake took a couple of attempts, but it looks like we are ready to go. Pressler on the mound getting ready to take her warm-up pitches, as Ella Cannon stands waiting in the batter's box, kind of staring down. Pressler trying to get her timing going for her swing. Again, Pressler's just been lights out this year. She has 122 strikeouts to 19 walks. That's going to be something Naylor is going to have to be watching all game. Stopping the strikeouts, putting the ball in play. If they can do that, they can maybe try to get some runners on, maybe able to get a few runs early against Neelyville, because the odds are against them. Neelyville is the odds-on favorite for this game here today. Last little meeting here on the mound.
Up to bat, number 14,
As
Ella Cannon.
Ella Cannon steps to the plate as we get ready for the first pitch of Game 2 here in the OFC Softball Tournament. Pressler gets ready. Here's pitch number 1. And that's going to be strike 1. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. High, and that's going to be an out to the second baseman. That was a nice clean hit by Cannon, but the second baseman for Neelyville was able to get to it. Callie Moss. Coming up to bat for Naylor will be the pitcher, Peyton Hopkins. Pressler's ready. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be ball 1. Hopkins steps out for a minute, knocks off dirt from her shoes, and gets back into the batter's box. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1-1 is the count. Here on the top of the first, Pressler stares down her catcher. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 2. As Hopkins finds herself down in a hole early, 1-2, 1 out here in the top of the first. The 1-2 pitch is taken high for a strike. That's going to be the second out of the inning. First strikeout for Pressler today. Strike 1 is the call on Chloe Mitchell's at bat. As Naylor's kind of been watching a lot of strike calls coming Pressler's way. That one's going to be high and outside for ball 1. Mitchell steps back into the box. 1-1 already. Here comes the pitch. That's a nice hit, but right to the second baseman, and that is going to be out number 3. That does it for the first. Naylor goes down in order. 1, 2, 3. We're coming up to the bottom of the first. Right after this, you're watching the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We're back here at the OFC Softball Tournament as Naylor pitcher Peyton Hopkins takes her warm-up pitches. She is 1-8 for the year with a 16.37 ERA. 91 walks, 40 strikeouts. Going to be hoping to get that strikeout total up here today. She takes on the top of the Neelyville Lady Tigers order, led off by number 11, Jade Crosswhite, playing center field today. Crosswhite is batting .356 for the year. She has 16 hits, 12 of them singles, 8 RBIs, scored 17 runs. So you know she's going to be able to put the ball in play. As the final warm-up pitch comes and the ball goes down to second base, we are ready to get started. Crosswhite comes up to bat for the Neelyville Lady Tigers. She's going to be batting left-handed.
Up to bat, number 11, Jade Crosswhite.
As Hopkins gets ready for her first pitch of the ball game. It is in, and that's going to be hit to the third baseman, over to first, and she is safe. Crosswhite legs out an infield single. Neelyville has their first base runner of the game on first. Coming up to bat would be pitcher September Pressler. She's going to show for bunt, pull back for ball 1. Pressler showing bunt, third base playing very, very close to the plate, anticipating that bunt. Pressler might be trying to lay it down the first base line. She pulls it back, and that's going to be a hit by pitch. That's 2 on. As the first 2 runners are on for the Neelyville Lady Tigers. Here comes Reese Dobbins. That's going to be a ball outside. Reese Dobbins for the year is batting .429. She has 18 singles, 2 doubles, and a triple to her name. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be fouled outside, almost to the convenience little building we have behind us. It's going to be a 1-1 count. She got a good swing on it, just wasn't able to get all the way around. Was able to just fight it off. Dobbins is going to take ball number 2. 2-1 is your count. A little bit unfortunate luck for Hopkins starting off. She had that infield hit that Crosslight was able to leg out then, the hit by pitch. That's going to be ball number 3. 2-1, 3-1 count, 0 outs here in the bottom of the first for the Neelyville Lady Tigers. Dobbins steps out for a second, now is back in. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's going to be ball 4, goes all the way back to the backstop, but it's not going to matter. Not going to be enough time for Crosswhite to come all the way home. Bases are loaded for Parker Ernst. Parker Ernst for the years hitting .415. That's going to be back to the backstop, and here comes a run home, and that first run is on the board for Neelyville. As that ball just got away from Peyton Hopkins, and that's going to be ball 1, but more important than that, first run is now on the board. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be high, but it's going to be a swung through for a strike, strike 1. Ernst saw it, but was unable to come to get all the way around on it. Just a little too high. That's going to be back to the backstop again, and another run will come in for Neelyville. It's now 2-0. 2-1 count, both balls all the way to the backstop. Just Hopkins doesn't really have good enough control of it. It's called multiple balls going back to the backstop, resulting in 2 runs. That's going to be popped up almost to us. Tim, look out. That's going to be behind us for strike number 2. 2-2 count. 2 runs already on the board for Neelyville here in the first inning. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's a swung right to center field. Center fielder's under it, has it. Here comes the throw home. It's not going to make it, and it's going to be 3-0 as Neelyville has cleared the bases on 2 wild pitches and a sacrifice fly. Delaney Dobbins stepping to the plate for Neelyville. As that's going to be ball number 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Base is empty for Dobbins. That's going to be ball outside. Dobbins hitting .429 for the year, 21 hits, 21 hits, 18 singles. That's going to be a ball inside. That's going to be 3 balls, no strikes with 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. That's going to be high for ball 4. That's going to put a runner back on first base. Hannah Hoover coming up to the plate for Neelyville. Here comes first pitch, and Dobbins thought about taking off but decided against it. Hoover is .357 for the year, 15 hits, 14 of them singles, also got a triple to her name. She lays down a bunt, thought about it, but pulls it back, and that's going to result in a stolen base for ball number 2. That was a good steal by Dobbins. Realizing the ball was low, and we're going to have a little meeting at the mound here as the coach decided to come out and talk with Hopkins. She doesn't really have the control she'd like to have here as we start off the game. Just kind of telling her, calm down. The game's not out of reach yet. Just throw strikes. That's the important thing. Throw strikes. Throw strikes, outs will come eventually. So Hoover is going to be back into the batter's box as we get ready for the 2-0 pitch. Oh, thought about swinging, but it was high for ball number 3. As Hoover's getting kind of a run up each time she attempts to maybe swing at it. She starts there very, very back end of the box. And that's going to be strike 1. The throw down to third is going to be off the base, a stolen base for Dobbins. Dobbins using her speed almost. If the base hadn't been there, she probably might have came on the way home, but luckily for the catcher, for Naylor, the ball went off the base and just stayed there around third base. That's going to be strike number 2. We have a full count, 1 out. Neelyville's already got 3 runs on the board, looking to add to that with a runner at third. Hoover at the plate. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That's going to be ball 4. As you know, that the pitcher for Naylor Hopkins wanted that one just low and outside. Put runners at the corners with 1 out as she takes off for second, and Naylor's not even going to try to make a play down there. Fielder's indifference allows Hoover to go to second. Runners on second and third, 1 out, strike 1. 1-1 count, 3-0 for Neelyville as they're looking at a couple more runs here in the bottom of the first inning. Callie Moss up at the plate, the 7-hitter for Neelyville. That's going to be a strike on the outside corner, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be hit on the left side. Third baseman tried to get over to it, could not get to it. As Holcomb gave it a good effort, but unable to get all the way there as that ball hit close to the dugout. Moss returns back to the batter's box, down 1-2 in the count. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be taken ball inside. 2-2 is the current count. Hopkins does not want to lose Moss here. She did real good to get a lead in the count. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung and a miss. Strike 3. Excellent at bat by Hopkins to get Moss to strike out. That's out number 2. 2 on, 2 outs for Maya Martin. That's going to be hit over to first base, and that's going to drive in a couple of runs. Martin is going to stop at first. 2 runs come in, and that's going to be 2 more for Neelyville, making it 5-0. Maya Martin drives in 2 runs with the RBI. Dobbins and Hoover both came in on that single. Nicole Akers stepping out to plate. She is the flex player for Neelyville today. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit over to the right side. That'll be strike number 1. As Nicole takes her time, now has the position she wants. Whoa, that was almost hit back to me, and I instinctively, even though it was a good 3 feet to my left and there's a fence in front of me, dodged to the right. But you know how that is. You see it coming back this way, you're like, oh no! 2 strikes, no balls. Neelyville up 5-0 here in the bottom of the first. They've batted around. That's going to be a ball in the dirt as going to second, and she gets in as a cloud of dust clouds Martin's entry into second base, but she's able to get into second on the stolen base. Time called on the field as they kind of get the dust off second base there. 1-2 is the count for Akers. As she steps back in the plate. As Hopkins just wants to get this inning over with. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike 3 on the outside. That's going to do it for the inning. Neelyville puts 5 on the board. It is 5-0. Neelyville Lady Tigers over the Naylor Lady Eagles after the first. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament on today's Talk KWOC Facebook page and the River Radio PB YouTube page. As we are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament, September Pressler went 1-2-3 through the top of the Naylor order in the first inning. She will now battle number 4, Alexis Holcomb, the third baseman for Naylor. Here comes pitch number 1. That's going to be ball low. Pressler was dealing in the first, got a strikeout and 2 lineouts, both to the second baseman. Ball high. It's 2-0 as we start the second inning for Naylor. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's going to be a strike on the corner. Pressler gets closer to evening up the count. 2-1 now is the count. He looks in. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be ball outside. Naylor getting close to their first base runner of the game today. They went down 1-2-3 in the first. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Ball inside. That'll be Naylor's first runner of the game as Holcomb advances on the walk. Coming to plate, Faith Stoll, the junior center fielder for Naylor. That's going to be hit back to the backstop for strike number 1. Here comes Pressler's pitch. That's going to be hit to the left side, making it 2 strikes. 0-2 is the count. Top of the second inning. Pressler stands back on the mound, gets ready, and here comes the pitch. That's going to be popped high right above the mound. Coming in is the shortstop for the catch as Holcomb stays planted firmly on first base. She knew something was coming. It was going to be an infield fly roll anyway, so they couldn't turn the double play, but that's going to be the first out of the inning. Keynes Wilkinson comes in as we have lost our cover here. Just got real brighter all of a sudden. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike number 1. We got top men named Tim on the case here. We got this brand new 10. It's awesome. Just the wind has been howling all day as that's strike number 2. (0-2) is the count. 1 out, 1 on here in the top of the second inning. As here comes the pitch. That's going to be strike number 3. As Wilkerson strikes out. Swing. That's going. Edier will step to the plate. She is playing in right field today for Naylor. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike number 1. Edier steps back in the plate. Pressler's been dealing, only allowed 1 runner on the game, and that's due to a walk. Here comes the next pitch, and that's going to be strike number 2. As Edier tries to keep the inning alive for Naylor. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is going to do it for Naylor in the top of the second. When we come back, Neelyville will cycle back to the top of the order as we get ready for the bottom of the second. Neelyville up 5-0 here at the OFC Softball Tournament, which you're watching on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament. Jay Crosswhite, top of the order, comes back up for the Neelyville Lady Tigers. She will be stepping into the batter's box. She got a single in her first at bat. She's going to swing it right back to the pitcher, and that's going to go over to first base for out number 1. 1-2 on the putout. I'm sorry, 1-3 on the putout. As a quick 1 pitch, 1 out. That's exactly what Hopkins needed. September Pressler steps back up to plate. She was hit by a pitch in the first inning. So we have ball number 1. Pressler hitting 152 for the year, but she's more known for her pitching, where she has been doing fantastic both this year and this game. The 1-0 pitch is taken for strike number 1. Neelyville able to put 5 up in the first inning, trying to add to that lead. Comes the 1-1 pitch, and that's hit right back to the pitcher. Shortstop's going to get it. She's going to throw it over to first, not in time, all the way to the backstop. But Pressler will stay at first. That's going to be a single. I think she was going to leg that out anyway. As Reese Dobbins steps to play, she walked in the first inning. Dobbins hitting .429 for the year, which includes 6 walks. Her 7th walk was in this game, and that's going to be a stolen base easily. Pressler stole that in the first inning and stole it here in the second inning as well. As I don't think that Hopkins was really paying attention to her counterpart there on first, and she took second base easily. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's going to be high, ball number 2. Control really was Hopkins' issue in the first inning. Just couldn't get that ball in the strike zone. You know, she was really kind of pressing herself to do it, and that's caused her to mess up more. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's going to be fouled back to the backstop. Two-1 is the count here in the bottom of the second inning. Neelyville has a runner on second. Comes the 2-1 pitch. High, ball number 3. 3-1 is the count. 1 on, 1 out. Pressler got on with a single and then stole second base on the very first attempt. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be high for ball number 4. 2 on, 1 out for Neelyville. Parker Ernst steps up into the plate. She sacrificed in the first inning. Ernst hitting .415 for the year. That's going to be a backup behind us. I'm assuming it's behind us. That nice truck right behind us might want to look out. That's going to be strike number 1. Like I say, you never want to park too close to a baseball or softball diamond. That's a great way to test your insurance real quick. 1-1 is the count after the ball outside. I didn't hear anything crunch, so we're going to assume it didn't hit anything back there. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Oh, that's hit down the left field line. That's curving foul. She got good contact on it. Just hit it a little bit down the line, causing a curve to the left, and that's going to be strike number 2. 1-2 is the count, 1 out. Ernst sacrifice. Got a nice hit in the first inning as well. Just was straight to the center fielder, but did drive in a run. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be low, ball number 2. Single, stolen base, and a walk accounts for Neelyville's offense here in this inning. That's going to be high, ball 3. The count is full. Runners may take off here with only 1 out. Runners on first and second. I wonder if Hopkins might try to keep them honest. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That's going to be strike 3 on the outside corner. Ernst looked at it for a second, but then she heads back to the dugout. Strike number 3 called. That's going to be out number 2. It's going to be ball 1 for for Laney Dobbins. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Down in the dirt for ball number 2. Hopkins gave up 2 base runners, was able to almost get out of the inning with no damage. That's going to be ball number 3, back to the backstop. That wild pitch is going to allow both runners to advance. This is what plagued Hopkins in the first inning. Wild pitches allowed multiple runs to score. Runners on second and third, 3 balls, no strikes. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be back to the backstop for ball number 4, but coming in to score is September Pressler. She will score on 2 consecutive wild pitches. That's run number 6 for Neelyville. And the walk, and then going down to second, and that's going to be into center field as we have the runs coming in. 1 run in, second run coming in. Catcher not paying attention. She's not able to get to it, and that's going to clear the bases. As just Naylor lost concentration there for a second, allowing the runs to clear, making it 8-0 for Neelyville. As Hoover steps to the plate. Swinging back to the backstop for strike number 1. Bases are empty, but 3 runs are in. Hannah steps to the plate. Here comes the pitch. She's going to lay off it for ball number 2. Hoover with the look, and she's going to pop it straight up as 3 players under it, but the pitcher will take it and then drop the ball as she steps off the field. But the damage has been done. 3 more runs on the board for Neelyville. It is now 8-0 as we go to the top of the 3rd. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we get ready for the top of the 3rd inning here at the OFC Softball Tournament, coming up to bat for Naylor will be Mariah Winters, freshman center fielder. She was trying to get some offense going as Naylor was able to get a runner on in the first inning, but they are unable to advance her anywhere. And that was on a walk, as Pressler has been dealing so far for Neelyville. First pitch is swung on for a strike. Pressler so far has 3 strikeouts, one of them looking, as she's looking to get her 4th. That's strike number 2. As the wind picks up again, coming from right field to home plate. That's going to be strike 3, swinging for Mariah Winters. She goes down. Coming up to bat, Gracie Rule, sophomore second baseman. Batting 9th for the Lady Eagles. Steps to the plate and gets ready. Here's the first pitch. She offered for a bunt but was unable to pull it back in time, the umpire says. That's going to be strike 1. As Pressler heads back to the pitcher's mound, getting ready for the 0-1 pitch. And there's the bunt right in front of the plate. A fantastic bunt. Throw down to first is going to go all the way into the outfield. And that is going to be Naylor's first hit of the game. Gracie Rule gets down with the bunt.
Up to bat, number 14, Ella Cannon.
Ella Cannon will now come try to get some offense going for Naylor. Fantastic bunt by Gracie Rule. Ella Cannon lined out to the second baseman in the first inning. She's going to lay down a bunt as well right in front of the home plate, and that's going to be a sacrifice as she advances the runner to second. Another great bunt by Naylor as they're deading it right there in front of home plate. Cannon tried to lug out that single, was unable to do so. She's going to be out number 2. Stepping to plate, pitcher Peyton Hopkins for Naylor. It's going to be ball number 1. Pressler's really been in command today, not throwing a whole lot of balls. That's going to be hit right to the shortstop. That's going to be out number 3. As that's going to do it for the inning, as Naylor gets their first hit of the game, but it comes to nothing. They're still down 8-0 as we go to the bottom of the third here at the OFC Softball Tournament. As we are back here in the bottom third, big shout out to the concession ladies helping keeping us fed here at the OFC Softball Tournament as we got ball number 1 to Callie Moss. Hopkins giving up 8 runs on the game so far. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. It's going to be low for ball 2. Callie Moss gets back in the plate, and she's going to take ball 3 as that skips back to the backstop. Moss struck out in the first inning. 1 of 3 strikeouts for the day. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be high for ball 4 as that wind is really getting it.
Up to bat, number 24, Maya Martin.
Maya Martin will now come to the dish. Martin singled, advanced to second in the first. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be down in the dirt and taking off again for Neelyville as they've been stealing bases all game long is Callie Moss. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. It's a 1-1 count, and down goes Moss to third. Neelyville taking every advantage they can to swipe a bag. Hopkins really not paying a whole lot of attention to the base runners when they happen. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be ball number 2. I'm sure Moss thought about trying to steal home there. She took off on the first 2 pitches. 2 balls, 1 strike is your count. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. It's going to be high, ball 3. As Callie Moss steps back into the batter's box. Here's Hopkins' pitch. That's going to be low and outside for ball 4. Second walk of the inning.
Nicole Akers.
Nicole Akers will now step to the plate. She struck out in the first. Runners on first and third, and I have a feeling you might see Maya Martin take off That's going to be a bunt down the first base line. Akers trying to leg it out, and she will as that ball goes into right field. The run scores. Martin goes all the way to third. She's going to come around to score as well. As the bunt and then the throwing error allows 2 runs to score for Neelyville. It's now a 10-0 game. Jake Crosswhite, the top of the order, coming back up for Neelyville. She's singled and had a 1-3 put out in the first. That's going to be ball number 1. 10-0 is the score. Runners on first, and that was Akers, who just laid down a bunt. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Crosswhite puts got a nice hit on it, but just went wide for a foul. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. $10-0 is the score at the bottom of the third. As Jade gets ready for the 1-1 pitch. Swings and is going to hit right back to the pitcher. She'll throw it over to first for the first out of the inning. The runner does advance to second on the sacrifice.
After that, number 2, September Pressler.
September Pressler, the pitcher, will step back in the plate. She's got a hit by pitch and a single. 2 runs scored for the game. That's going to be ball number 1. Runner on second, 1 out. If Neelyville would plate 5 more this inning, that would trigger the run rule and end the game. That's going to be ball inside for ball number 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Hopkins. That's going to be high, ball 3. As Nicole Akers on second base thought about taking off for third there. 3-0 pitch on the way. That's going to be low on the ground for ball 4. Runners on first and second, 1 out as Pressler gets her first walk of the game. Reese Dobbins has 2 walks so far as she steps to the plate as that wind picks up again. Runners on first and second, 1 out. That's going to be hit high over here on the side behind us for the strike number 1 on the foul ball. Two walks, 2 runs. And that's going to be a single for a possible another run. Here comes the Lady Tigers stumbling around third. Watch out for the bat. She will score. And that's going to put runners on second and third for Neelyville as the single. Goodbye Dobbins scores a run. Nicole Akers comes around to score. September Pressler advanced all the way to third, and Ernst steps to the plate. That's going to be hit high, and that's going to score a couple more runs as well. It's only going to score 1 run. Only 1 run came in. It is now 12-0 on the singles. We have runners at first and third. Still just 1 out. That's going to be a ball inside. As runner will advance to second, Ernst will advance to second on the single. Second and third, only 1 out here in the third inning. That's going to be hit. All of the assistant coach there on the side had to dodge out of the way. That was coming right for him. It is 12-0, 1-1 is the count, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. If Dobbins were to come around and score here, that would end the game with the run rule. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be to the third base. She catches it. There's no force out at third. It looks like going to try to get a tag in, and they're going to say she is safe at third. Now the play down to second. Ernst is going to allow Pressler to come in and score. 2 runs are in as Neelyville tried to get a force out at third. However, there was no force in play there. That's going to make it 14-0 as Dobbins gets to second base on the throwing error. Coming to plate, Hannah Hoover. She gets a single here. That could do it. Bottom of the third, 14-0 in favor of Neelyville. That's going to be ball 2. 1 out, 1 on here on the bottom of the third. As Naylor just lost their concentration. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be in the dirt. That's going to allow the runner to advance to third. (3-0) count. As Hopkins steps back to the plate. Runner on third. It will be the winning run if she does come to score. That's going to be high for ball 4. That will be a walk. Runners on first and third. Neelyville up 14. Stepping to the plate, Callie Moss. She started everything with a walk here in this inning. She's going to take ball 1 as fielder's indifference allows Hoover to go down to second. Callie Moss looks at it, and that pitch is going to be high. That's going to allow a run to come home, and she dives in and scores. As that's going to do it if Dobbins comes in to score, and that's going to be your ball game. 15-0 run rule is in play, and that's going to be the ball game today as Neelyville gets the win over Naylor, 15-0 here in game 2 of the OFC Softball Tournament after 47 minutes. I want to thank some of our great sponsors, including Jason Bean. He's been responsible for our player of the game today, which is going to go to Peyton Hopkins. Pitched lights out, only 1 hit allowed, 1 walk over 3 innings. She did a fantastic job for Neelyville pitching. Also want to thank some of our other great sponsors, including Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. We'll be back in just a bit for game number 3 of our triple header today here on Facebook and YouTube as the 6-seed Greenville Lady Bears takes on the 3-seed Twin Rivers Lady Royals here on Today's Talks, KWOC's Facebook page and River Radio PB YouTube page. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament, Game 3, coming up next. And we are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament at Doniphan High School. We are in between games. Neelyville Naylor was a quick 3-inning affair due to the run rule. Neelyville winning 15-0. So it means we have a little bit of a wait. The next game not scheduled to start till 4. In fact, Twin Rivers is here. Greenville is not. So we can't even get started with Greenville not even here at the stadium yet. But once we get started, we'll bring you all the game action. We're expecting it to start at around 4 o'clock, so in just about an hour. So keep it here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. The OFC Softball Tournament being brought to you by State Senator Jason Beam, Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau Insurance, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. We'll be back with Twin Rivers versus Greenville here in just about an hour on Facebook and YouTube. All right, everyone, I'm back. Sean Mannon here from Doniphan High School. The OFC Softball Tournament 2024 will be resuming here in about, I'll say 43 minutes is I think the current expected start time of 4 o'clock for Twin Rivers, the 3 seed versus the 6 seed Greenville Lady Bears. We're still waiting for Greenville to arrive. Twin Rivers has been here for quite a bit as they are now working out in the outfield. So we're going to be back here. We'll hopefully having first pitch there at 4 o'clock. We'll start pregame at 10 till. I want to let you know, thanks some of our great sponsors allowing us to bring you the OFC Softball Tournament, including State Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive Attire, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau Insurance, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. And don't forget to join us next week, Thursday and Friday, 2 days of hope, with the St. Jude Radiothon on Today's Talk. KWOC will be live 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. both days, bringing you the Radiothon, raising money for the kids at St. Jude. Our baseball games on those days will be only on Facebook and YouTube due to the Radiothon. All right, we'll be back here in a bit as we're getting ready for Game 3 of our triple header, Twin Rivers and Greenville from the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back here at the OFC 2024 softball tournament from Doniphan High School. Sean Mannon's with you. Greenville has arrived. Twin Rivers is here. We are about 30 minutes away from first pitch in game 3 of our triple header here today on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Our OFC tournament being brought to you this year by Jason Bean, State Senator, Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's, remember Barker's by request. Also Henson's Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Barker Farm Bureau Insurance, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. Again, we're expecting first pitch here in about half hour. We'll go live with our pregame 10 minutes before first pitch. We're glad everyone could be with us here for the OFC softball tournament. We love doing it. We'll be back here in just a bit from Doniphan High School. You're watching the OFC softball tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. And we are live here from the OFC Softball Tournament 2024. We are ready for Game 3, the final quarterfinal of the day, as the 6th seed Greenville Lady Bears takes on the 3 seed Twin Rivers Lady Royals. Greenville will be batting first as the away team, and they are going to be led by the leadoff hitter, number 6, playing shortstop, Cherish Stevens, followed by pitcher Kayla Hill, left fielder Presley Walk, third baseman Ruthie Greer, first baseman Graceman Hill, catcher Taylor Wood, second baseman Ella Walk, center field Georgia Hodges, and in right field Anna Kinnear. They're going to be facing off against the Twin Rivers pitcher Alexis Parson. She's 8-3 for the year with a 1.254 ERA. She's given up 32 hits, 22 runs, 10 walks, 134 strikeouts, and no hit by pitch. Coming up leading the way for Greenville will be Cherish Stevens. She's hitting .333 for the year, including 2 triples and 3 doubles. She has 10 RBIs for the season, 12 runs scored. She is going to be leading off for the Greenville Lady Bears.
Today will be Davy Crockett and Jackie Brazil.
As the PA announcer just announced the umpires, it means we are about ready to go, 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is good. Greenville was a little bit late to arrive. Well, we say they were late. The second game ended so early, we just kind of had some sitting around time, and Twin Rivers got here real early into the second game, so they were there getting their reps in. Greenville got here like, hey, we're ready to go. So I'm like, hey, we're ready to go. Let's go. As we get ready for first pitch from Game 3 and the final game of the quarterfinals here at the 2024 OFC Softball Quarterfinals. Alexis Parson going to be dealing for Twin Rivers to Cherish Stevens to start us off. Here comes first pitch. Swung on and missed for a strike. That's strike number 1. Parson doing real well for the year. 134 strikeouts in 67 innings. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be strike number 2. As Cherish Stevens steps out for a second, as she's down early, 2 strikes here in the first at-bat of the game. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. That's going to be strike number 3. As the strikeouts continue to pile up for Alexis Parson. Stepping to bat, Kayla Hill for Greenville. Hill's hitting .366 for the year. 2 home runs, 5 RBIs to her name. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. Wonder if we're going to be saying that a lot for Parson today. Hill for the year only has 13 strikeouts. She's pitching today as well for the Greenville Lady Bears. Here comes the second pitch. Swung on back to us. That's going to be strike number 2. One out, no one on here in the top of the first inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3, strikeout number 2 for Parson. No ball so far in the game. So for the first 2 outs, it's been all strikes as Parsons just been throwing heat. She's going quick too. I don't know if she wants to just get back, try to catch her last class or something, but she is wasting no time on the mound here so far today. Stepping up to bat, Presley Walk for the Greenville Lady Bears. Swung on, fouled right above us. Going to go behind us for strike number 1. Walk for the year is batting .188. She's got 2 strikeouts so far this year. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike number 2. Whole lot of swings, no real contact outside of a foul ball here and there for the Greenville Lady Bears. Parson steps back to the plate, or step to the mound. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3, 9 pitches, 9 strikes, and that's going to do it for the top of the first. We're going to the bottom of the first as Twin Rivers comes to bat. We'll have the lineup for them next. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament here on today's Talk, KWOC's Facebook page and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Taking the field for the Greenville Lady Bears, they're going to be led by their pitcher, Kayla Hill, who is 5-5 for the year, 4.80 ERA. She has 64 strikeouts, only 20 walks, 3 hit by pitch so far this year. Twin Rivers coming up to bat will be the top of their order, led by number 4, Reese Crimson, the junior. She's playing shortstop. And Middlestat at first base. She is number 32, the senior. Pitching, Alexis Parson, batting third. Batting fourth, Katie Aker, the freshman. She's catching today. Gracie Suter is batting fifth. She is the third baseman. In center field, Layla Tompkins, she's a junior, batting seventh. Kellis Miller in left field. Riley Blassingame, the freshman's over in right field. Addison Whitlow is batting ninth and is the second baseman. Lily Gray is going to be the flex player for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals today.
Batting leadoff for Twin Rivers, number 6, Reese Chrisman.
Reese Chrisman stepping up to the plate for Twin Rivers.
Number 4.
Chrisman, for the year so far, is batting .455 with 20 hits, 10 of them for singles, 9 doubles, and a home run to her name. I'm so sorry. We got to thank the people sitting to the side of us. The wind is playing havoc with my paper keeping skills today as we're now in the bottom of the first. Hill gets ready for her first pitch. Here it comes. That's going to be a strike on the corner. As you can hear the Twin Rivers dugout making themselves known. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit to the third base. That's going to be fair. And that's going to be a single, possibly a double, as Chrisman goes to second. and now she's going to come to third, and that will be a triple, stand-up triple for Reese Chrisman. As she gets started on that hit down the line into the corner and is able to go all the way to third.
Number 32.
As that curled right around the bag and then went into the left field corner. And Middlestat now steps to the plate for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals. Middlestat batting .320 for the year. She bunts it, and that's going to be a foul behind on the bunt attempt. Middlestat batting .320 for the year. She has 16 hits, including 10 singles, 4 doubles, and 2 triples. She also only walked 5 times, 7 strikeouts. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. The bunt attempt now is going to be foul as well. 2 bunt attempts trying to get that run home, but now she's not going to be able to bunt this time unless she wants to risk getting the out. 0-2 pitch coming up for Kayla Hill to Ann Middlestat. Middlestat not showing a bunt here. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and going to say swing and a miss. Strike 3 as that first out is on the board on the swinging strike by Middlestat. Alexis Parson, the pitcher, will step to the plate. Parson this year is batting .519, 28 hits, and that's going to be to the second baseman. That will not be a hit, but it will score a run on the sacrifice as Chrisman comes in to score. It is 1-0 for the Lady Royals.
Number 4. Batting fourth, number 8, Katie Aker.
Number 8, Katie Aker steps to the plate. She is batting .415 for the year, including 8 RBIs and 12 walks. That's going to be ball 1. Haven't seen a whole lot of balls in the game today. Strikes being thrown by both sides. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, 1 out, run, bases clear. She hung up, and that's going to be ball number 2. Cattell Hill wanted the strike call there, but Aker was able to hold her swing. Aker catching today for the Lady Royals, the freshman. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled off to the left side. That's going to be strike 1. Aker steps out for a minute, regains her grip on the bat, and steps back on the plate, or back onto the batter's box. Hill's ready. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Low for ball number 3. 3-1 is your count. Aker back in the batter's box. Here's the 3-1 pitch coming. Oh, that's a nice solid hit to right field. That will be a single for Aker. Gracie Suter, the senior,
Gracie Suter,
playing third base today, will come to the plate. Suter is batting .300 for the year. She has 8 RBIs, 10 walks, 9 strikeouts. Batting right-handed. She's going to step into the batter's box. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled out of play for strike number 1. As Suter steps out for a second, slips back in, ready for her 0-1 pitch. Here it comes. That's popped up to the second base, and she's able to make the catch, and we're going to get a double play there on the tag-up attempt, and that's going to do it for the bottom of the first. We are tied at 0 going to the second. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk, KWOC, YouTube.com/River Radio PB. And we are back here for the top of the second inning. I misspoke. It's 1-0. I forgot Twin Rivers got that run come across. They're scoring that run was Reese Crisman. She had that triple leading off the inning and was able to come in on the sacrifice by Alexis Parson. Coming up will be Greer, Hill, and Wood for the Greenville Lady Bears here in the top of the second. Ruthie Greer, so far this year, has had a pretty good season. She's batting .326, 14 hits, including 7 singles and 7 doubles. She also has 3 RBIs to go along with that as well. But she's going to be dealing with Alexis Parson, who has been just throwing fire so far. She's faced 3 batters, gotten 3 strikeouts. I think she's thrown maybe 1 ball in the entire first inning. So as we go to the second, Ruthie Greer then comes up to bat. Parson gets ready and calls out something. I'm assuming in her defensive alignment. It's what she just called out there. Here comes first pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Feels like Groundhog Day. I feel like I said that a lot in the first inning. As Greer has found herself in an 0-1 hole. Here comes the second pitch from Parson. Swing and a miss. Strike number 2. The Lady Bears are going to have to figure out this fastball from Parson. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's going to be the first out as Greer goes down swinging. Grayson Hill, first baseman, coming up to bat, the freshman. She is batting .185 for the year. Does have 3 RBIs and 6 runs with that though. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Oh, I'm sorry, the 0-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. As that ball's got a lot of rising action, really fools the Greenville players. I'm thinking they'll be able to hit it, then just rises out of the strike zone. Now here comes the 0-1 pitch from Parson. That's going to be strike 2. She puts it right down the middle. Hill takes a second, step outside, then we'll step back in. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 for the second out of the inning. 5 batters, 5 swinging strikeouts for the Greenville Lady Bears so far.
Greenville, number 15, Taylor Wood.
Taylor Wood will now head to the batter's box. She is hitless so far for the year, but does have 3 runs on after getting on errors. Here comes first pitch. That's going to be low for ball 1. I think that might be the second ball that Parson has thrown so far here in today. Other than that, it's just been a whole lot of strikes, 5 strikeouts for Parson so far here in the contest. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Strike 1 on the outside corner. 1-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be popped up on the right side. That'll get out of play, though, for a foul ball. Someone's going to have to go down the hill for that, unfortunately. But fortunately, will not be me or Tim, so that's always good. 1-2 count. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. As Wood gets ready for the pitch. Parson delivers. That's going to be fouled right side. Good job by Wood to be able to foul some balls off here. Count stays 1-2. The longest at bat for Greenville so far. Now going on its 5th pitch. Here comes Parson. That's going to be splintered to the right side. We got a good battle here. As Wood's been able to foul off 3 pitches in a row. Taylor Wood still looking for her first hit of the season, but only has 1 strikeout, so she has been battling. That's going to be a ball outside. Heard some oohs from the crowd. That one, they thought that was going to be strike 3. It's now 2-2. Wood making Parson work here in the second inning. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be hit to the left side. The shortstop's going to have it throw over to first, and she gets her on the putout. The strikeout streak ends, but the outs continue. That's going to do it for the top of the second. We go to the bottom of the second. Twin Rivers up 1-0 here from the OFC Softball Tournament. Coming up for Twin Rivers here on the bottom of the second inning will be Layla Tompkins, Kellis Miller, and Riley Blasingame. Tompkins will be leading them off, the center fielder. She is batting .333 for the year. Has 12 singles and a double to go with that. She also has 11 walks and 12 strikeouts as the wind has picked up again here from Doniphan High School. Kayla Hill is going to get her warm-up pitches in. We're glad you could join us for the OFC Softball Tournament, being brought to you by State Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies, Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trekking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's, remember Barker's by request, Henson's Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, and Bader Wood Trust, among others. 7 to plate, Layla Tompkins, the junior, coming up for the Lady Royals. Here comes first pitch, and that's going to be hit straight up the middle and through for a single. Tompkins is going to go to first. She's rounding the batter, going to second, and she will get in with a stand-up double. Twin Rivers has a runner in scoring position to start off the inning for the second inning in a row. They were able to drive Reese Krisman home. Will they be able to drive in Tompkins? It's going to start with Kellis Miller, the junior, in left field. Will step to the plate. She's batting .286 for the year. First pitch is going to be ball 1. Miller steps back in. That's going to be ball 2 as the catcher for Greenville stares down Tompkins there at second base. Miller's back in the box, batting left-handed, and is ready for the pitch. That's going to be hit to the third baseman. Oh, it's going to be off the third baseman's leg, and that will be an error, allowing Miller to score. It'll go down E5 on the score sheet, but the runner, Tompkins, advances to third, and Miller gets on first. Coming to bat will be Riley Blasingame, the freshman playing in right field. Batting .200 for the year, has a chance at RBI opportunity. That's really unfortunate for Hill. She got the hit that she want, as now Miller will go to second on the fielder's indifference. No reason to risk the run coming home on an errant throw. So now we have runners on second and third. No one outs. That's going to be strike number 1. 1-1 count, nobody out. Twin Rivers up 1-0, but threatening to put 2 more in. That's going to be strike number 2. Blasingame has 7 strikeouts for the year. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It's going to be ball inside. Two on, nobody out. Twin Rivers threatening here in the bottom of the second inning. Blasingame waits on the pitch from Hill. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. That's going to be strike at number 3. The scoreboard in outfield said there was 1 strike, and I think that threw Blasingame for a second.
Number 15, Anna Whitlow.
Addison Whitlow will come to the plate. She's playing second base today. She's tried to bunt, but does not make contact. That's going to be strike number 1. Addison Whitlow batting .359 for the year. Also has 11 RBIs, looking to add to that total. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. 1 out, 2 on. Bottom of the second. Threatened to bunt again, but pulls it back as the ball kind of gets away. Third baseman for Greenville rushes in to make sure nothing untoward is going to happen on a play at the plate. This is 1-1 count. Addison Whitlow gets ready for the pitch. And that's going to be a strike as she tried for the bunt but could not connect. But it's going to work out as the ball gets away, and that allows the runner to come home. On the pass ball, Tompkins comes in to score. Miller goes to second.
Up next.
Goes to third. And that's going to make it 2-0. 1-2 count. Swing, and that's going to be to the second baseman, and it's going to score a run. Sacrifice for Whitlow makes it 3-0 as Miller comes home to score.
Up next, number 4, Reese Chrisman.
As Chrisman will step up to the plate, she hit a triple and came around to score for Twin Rivers' lone run in the first. She has 2 outs facing her here, so she's going to have to put another one into the corner. That she's just circled it around the third base corner on that first hit. Chrisman hitting .455 for the year. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be high for ball number 1. Chrisman back in the batter box waiting for the pitch from Hill. It's going to be ball high and outside. 2-0 is your count. Chrisman trying to get some more runners on to start another rally here for Twin Rivers. She hits it down the third base line again, and she now is going to round first, heading to second, will round second on the way to third, as she's going to have, it's play at third, but nope, she gets in. A stand-up triple again. She just blistered that ball, has 2 triples for the game.
Up next, number 32, Anna Middlestat.
As Ann Middlestat steps up to plate, she struck out in the first inning. Here comes first pitch, and that's going to be hit right back to the pitcher. Oh, she bobbles it. We'll throw it to first for the out. No harm, no foul. 1-3 on the put out. And that is going to do it for Twin Rivers second. They put 2 runs on the board, though. It is now 3-0 as we go to the third here from the OFC Softball Tournament. Twin Rivers up 3-0 over the Greenville Lady Bears. You're watching on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we are back here again for the top of the third, Parson has been dealing. She's faced 6 batters, had 5 strikeouts, 1 put out, and that's been all for Greenville's offense as we go to the bottom of the order. Ella Walk Number 23, she is playing second base today. She steps up. Only played in 3 games this year. Does not have a hit so far. We have a little bit of a delay. Parson now steps to the mound. Here comes the first pitch. Nice contact, going to be to center field, and she has it for Twin Rivers. Good catch by Layla Tompkins in center field for the first out. Greenville came up swinging. Ella Walk wasn't going to waste any time. She knew that Parsons been throwing strikes, so tried to get her out ahead. Got good contact with it, just floated up a little too far for Tompkins. Here comes the next bat, and that's going to be strike number 1. Georgia Hodges, the center fielder, stepping to the plate. Hodges batting .243 for the year. Played in 15 games. As I do believe Parson is calling from the mound. Swing and a miss, strike number 2. Quick 2 strikes for Georgia Hodges. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike number 3, and that's going to do it. Quick 3 up, or quick 2 up, 2 down for the Greenville Lady Bearcats, as Anna Kinnear is going to try to get something going.
Up next, number 35, Anna Kinnear.
2 outs so far here in the second inning. Top of the third. As Kinnear steps to the plate, hitting .212 for the year. That's going to be strike number 1. She has 8 strikeouts, 7 walks, only 7 hits so far. Down in a quick hole, 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that's going to be fouled back to us. It's going to be strike number 2. She was around on it, had the right timing, just a little low, causing it to go back up and hit the backstop directly behind the umpire here. Here comes Parson. That's going to be fouled to the right. 0-2 count. Kinnear tries to get the first hit of the game, first base runner of the day for the Lady Bears. And they're going to say she did offer at that. That's going to be strikeout number 7 of the game for Parson, and that's going to do it for the Lady Bears in the third. We go to the bottom of the third. Coming up for the Lady Royals is going to be Parson, Aker, and Suter here from the OFC Softball Tournament. As we are back, getting ready for the bottom of the third from the OFC Softball Tournament, being brought to you by Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau Insurance, Whitworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. Kayla Hill gets ready for her warm-up pitches here to start the bottom of the third. Up to bat will be her counterpart, Alexis Parson, pitcher for Twin Rivers, who has been just filthy on her side of the mound today. 9 up, 9 down for Alexis Parson. Up at the plate, she had a sacrifice in the first to drive in Reese Crimson and an RBI. Here comes the first pitch. Nice, solid hit right past the shortstop. That's going to be at least a single for Alexis Parson.
Up next for the Royals.
One batter, one hit for the Lady Royals to start off the top of the third. Katie Aker, the catcher, will come up. She had a single in the first, but was knocked out on the double play. We have a courtesy runner coming to first base for the Lady Royals. That'll be Lily Gray. There's some confusion there on the lineup card as the umpire's getting it all sorted out so we can get back to play. Katie Aker so far for the year hitting .415, includes a triple, 4 doubles, 12 singles. She also has 8 RBIs and 11 runs scored. 12 walks, only 4 strikeouts so far for the year. Looks like we still have a little bit more confusion with the lineup card. We do have a little bit of a delay. I believe that's Lily Gray that went to first base. She's wearing a different colored kind of warm-up jacket, so I can't really tell her number. All right, coming to, that's going to be a single up the middle. Oh no, great play by the second baseman. Tries to turn two, but unable to do so. That was a fielder's choice, knocking out
Number 33.
the courtesy runner at second. Coming up, Gracie Suter, third baseman for the Lady Royals. So we have one out. That's going to be ball number 1. Gracie Suter steps back in to the batter's box, up 3-0 here in the bottom of the third. Swing and a miss, strike one. That's going to be a stealing attempt, though, as that's a great play by Katie Aker to advance on the stolen base. Makes it 1-1 is your count for Gracie Suter. Hill gets ready, and here comes the pitch as the wind starts to howl up again. That's going to be hit to the short, or to the third baseman. Throw across the bat. It's going to go back to the backstop. Twin Rivers is going to get a run as Aker crosses third and goes to second. That's going to be a single with an error, allowing Suter to advance to second base. Another run on the board.
Next, number 25, Layla Tompkins.
Twin Rivers now up 4-0 as Layla Tompkins comes to bat. She doubled and scored in the second inning. That's going to be fouled back to us. Tim jumped a little bit. I'm not one to call out anyone, but I know he jumped a little bit. He was looking at his camera.
Get my camera, yeah.
Layla Tompkins 1 for 1 for the day with a double and a run. She's now in the hole 0-1. That's going to be hit to the third baseman, and she's going to throw it to first for the out. If she had just held on to it, I think she might have had Suter running down the line, but does get the sure out, and that's going to make it 2 outs with the runner now on third.
Up next, number 3, Miller.
Khalees Miller steps to the plate and is going to take strike number 1. Khalees Miller had got on due to an error in the second inning, did come around to score. Oh, 1 is the count. Swing and a miss, strike number 2. Runner on third, 2 outs for the Lady Royals, trying to add to their 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. Hill's ready. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit to the second baseman. Easy. Oh, she bobbles it, and that is, nice play to recover from the bobble, and that's going to be out number 3 as Twin Rivers goes down without scoring a run. First of all, That's going to be at 4-0. We go to the top of the fourth next here from the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we are back here from the OFC Softball Tournament, Greenville, top of the order to start the top of the fourth, as Alexis Parson has faced the minimum so far here as we go into the fourth inning. Cherish Stevens struck out in the first. She's hitting .333 for the year.
No, not that much, but
As here comes Parsons' first pitch. That's going to be strike number one. Again, just throwing. She is not missing the plate much here during the game today. She had maybe, I wanted to say 4 balls this entire game so far. The 0-1 pitch is going to be swung on and fouled back to us. Quick 0-2 count for Cherish Stevens. Alexis Parson entered the game with 134 strikeouts. She's already added 7 to her season total. That's going to be hit to the right side as the first baseman is able to get a glove on it, but was unable to pull it out, and that is going to be the first base runner of the game as Stevens gets on. I'm going to say that the first baseman probably shouldn't have that for Twin Rivers. Middlestat's going to wish he had that back. But at the end of the day, a base runner is a base runner. Stevens, first runner of the game for the Greenville Lady Bears. And it's going to be an error on Middlestat. Here comes the pitch. And that's going to be skied to the outfield. And that is going to be over the head. And that is going to be a home run. Wow. The lead has been cut in half. Kayla Hill, the pitcher, aids her cause with a 2-run home run. 4-2 is the new score as Greenville gets on Alexis Parson here in the fourth.
Up next, number 22, Presley Walk.
Stevens got on with the error, then Hill hits it out of the park for a home run. We have a game. It's 4-2. Parson is going to have to regroup a little bit. She went 9 up, 9 down through the first 3 innings, but it's given up 2 runs, and that's going to be hit to the right side, but that will be foul for strike number 1. Hill got just enough of that to get over the fence. I couldn't tell if it was going to be a double or what, but she was able to get that over for the home run. First home run we've seen today. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be strike number 2. Well, that's one of the things about Parson throwing with so much power in her pitches is if someone's able to get contact with it, it's going to go quite a long way. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's going to be hit to the right side, and that's going to be a foul. Presley Walk struck out in the first inning. Was battling an 0-2 count. Was able to battle that one off. Hitting 188 for the year. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. It's going to be hit to the right side again. Nice battle going on as Walk is able to foul some pitches off. Inflate Parsons' pitch count a little bit. She hadn't really had to go deep into many counts here today. Maybe get her a little bit tired, susceptible to being hit. And here comes the pitch. That's going to be fouled off again. Good eye. So we got a battle here in the bottom of the fourth. It is 4-2 in favor of the Lady Royals. Oh, I'm sorry, in the top of the fourth. Parsons having to work here. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. That's going to be in the dirt, so they'll need to throw it down to first, which they do for the out. Walk strikes out, her second strikeout of the game. Ruthie Greer steps up to bat. She struck out in the second inning.
Ruthie Greer.
Greer playing at third base today. This coach wanted to have a quick discussion with her. Again, I wonder telling her, hey, don't be afraid to swing. Parsons throwing a lot of strikes. Don't be afraid to be hacking early. Parsons ready. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike number one. We are in the top of the fourth inning from Doniphan High School for the OFC Softball Tournament. Ruthie Greer up at the plate. She struck out in her first at bat. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Ruthie Greer only 2 strikeouts for the year so far, so she had that first one down in danger of her second one with an 0-2 count. 1 out here in the top of the fourth. As that wind starts picking up again, as I'm sure you can hear on our mic. That's going to be ball high and outside. Nothing wrong with that pitch. Give the batter a little bit of a different eye angle to look at. 1-2 is the count. Parson delivers. Swung on a miss. Strike number 3 for the second out.
Up next,
9 strikeouts for the day for Alexis Parson. Gracie Hill struck out in the second inning. Swinging and, oh, not swinging and miss. Strike called. Hill so far has 9 strikeouts for the year, only 5 walks. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's going to be ball outside. Starting to see a few more balls here in this inning. Outside of 1 at-bat with Taylor Wood, which went about 6 pitches in the second, been pretty quick at-bats, so that's going to be ball number 2. Only the second batter that Parson has fallen behind here today. 2-1 is the count, 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the fourth. It's going to be strike number 2. Parson trying to limit the damage to only 2 runs, scored on the Kayla Hill home run. Here comes the pitch. High and outside, ball 3, full count. Second full count of the day. Gracie Hill trying to keep this inning going to Taylor Wood, who had the big battle in the second inning with Parson. That's going to be fouled behind us. As me and Tim both ducked a little bit because we couldn't see where the ball was. Full count here in the top of the fourth. Hill trying to keep this inning going for Taylor Wood. who's standing in the batter's box, or in the lead up. And we got a strike 3 called. 10th strikeout of the day, the first one looking for Alexis Parson as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Coming up for the Twin Rivers Lady Royals, Riley Blasingame, Addison Whitlow, and back to the top of the order with Reese Chrisman. You're watching the OFC Softball Tournament here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament, the Lady Bears have taken the field, getting ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. Coming up, starting off for the Lady Royals would be Riley Blasingame. She struck out in the 2nd inning. So far for the year, she's batting .200, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Playing in right field today. Here comes first pitch. It'll be swung on and missed for strike number 1. I'm going to say she tipped that. It's a strike either way. Here comes the pitch. Kayla Hill celebrated a home run in the top of the 4th. That's going to be ball number 1. That accounted for both of Greenville's runs. Twin Rivers has scored runs in each inning so far. Comes 1-1. It's going to be ball number 2. Two-one pitch coming up. Twin Rivers trying to extend their lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Swung on and missed. Strike number 2. Hill looking for her 3rd strikeout of the game. That's going to be hit back up to the second baseman. She will throw over to first for out number 1. That's going to be 4-3 on the putout for Blasingame. Allow Addison Whitlow, the second baseman, to step to the plate. She sacrificed Kels Miller in for a run in the bottom of the 2nd. Other than that, though, this year, Whitlow is batting .359, has 11 RBIs, 6 walks, 12 strikeouts. That's going to be hit to the left-hand side, and that is going to be through for a single, as Whitlow will hold up at first.
Up next, number 4, Reese Chrisman.
Reese Chrisman, top of the order, comes back around for the Lady Royals with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Chrisman has 2 triples to her name so far today. She had 0 triples entering the game, batting .455. That's going to get away and allow the runner to advance on the wild pitch. Chrisman steps back up to plate. Both of her triples have been hit down the third base line. That's going to be ball number 2. Here comes the pitch from Hill. That's going to be popped up on the infield into foul territory with the catch is Grayson Hill for the Lady Bears. And that's going to force Whitlow to stay at second. And Millstat, she had the error, which right before the 2-run home run in the top of this inning. That's going to be foul to the right side for strike number 1. 2 outs, runner on second for Middlestat. She struck out and grounded out so far here in the game today, looking for her first hit of the contest. Hill's ready. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit up to the middle. Shortstop gets it, throws over to first, and is able to get the put out. Hit was allowed, but it does not come around to haunt Hill as we go. Twin Rivers goes down scoreless in the 4th. It is 4-2. We go to the 5th. Next on the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. As we get ready for the top of the 5th inning here from Doniphan High School. Greenville down 4-2.
Bears, number 15, Taylor Wood.
Taylor Wood stepped play. She had that long battle with Alexis Parson in the 2nd inning and grounded out. Was the first Greenville player not to strike out here in the game so far. She comes to the plate here in the 5th. Parson steps to the mound, gets ready for her first pitch of the inning. High and outside for ball number 1. Hill still looking for, Wood still looking for her first hit of the season. Only played in 7 games so far. And that's going to be foul to the right-hand side for strike number 1. As Wood steps back after that foul ball. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be low for ball number 2. As Hill looks at their little armband, getting ready for this 2-1 pitch. Here it comes, or Parson does, and that's going to be hit to the right-hand side, but right to the right fielder for the out. Excellent job by Twin Rivers right fielder Riley Blasingame to get under that and get the catch for the first out of the inning.
Up next, number 23, Ella Walk.
Ella Walk steps to the plate. She flied out to the center fielder to begin the 3rd inning. As Parson gets ready and delivers here. Strike 1, called on the lower inside corner. Parson steps back up to the plate. Has 10 strikeouts for the game so far. That's going to be hit to the right side. That's going to get down for a hit. Excellent hitting by Walk as she gets on the single to right field. Second hit of the game for Greenville.
Georgia Hodges.
Georgia Hodges steps to the plate. She struck out back in the 3rd. Batting .243 for the year. 16 strikeouts as well, so you know Parsons going to be wanting to throw the hard stuff here. Maybe induce a double play. That's going to be ball outside. One out, runner on first. That was Ella Walk with the second hit of the game for the Lady Bears. Parson ready, delivers, and that's going to be hit to the right side, and that is going to be a foul ball. That was close there down the right field line. That could have possibly scored a run, but now it's just going to be a foul ball for strike number 1. Hodges just a little bit quicker, might have snuck that in the line. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and that's going to be ball number 2. Runner on first. 2-1 pitch coming. That's going to be strike number 2 on the outside corner. Two and 1 is the count. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be swung on and missed for strike number 3, and that's going to be Hodges' second strikeout of the game. Anna Kinnear comes to the plate. She struck out in the 3rd inning. Kinnear batting .212 for the year. Here comes the first pitch. Strike on the outside part of the plate. Kinnear doesn't step out, stays in, just ready for the next pitch.
You're up here.
Parsons ready to deliver. That's going to be hit to the right side, and that is going to be foul for strike number 2. Just a little bit late are the Greenville Lady Bears. But I can't blame them. Alexis Parsons has been throwing hard all game long. Every bit of contact Greenville's had has been to the right-hand side. 0-2 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Kinnear hits it to the right to Middlestat, who will step on the bag. And that's going to do it for the Lady Bears in the 5th inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Twin Rivers up 4-2 here at the OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back here at the OFC Softball Tournament, being brought to you by State Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's, Henson Farm Supply, Delta Companies, and Southern Care and Comfort, among many others, helping bring you the OFC Softball Tournament for today. As we go to the bottom of the 5th, going to start off with Alexis Parson, followed by Katie Aker and Gracie Suter for the Lady Royals.
Up for Twin Rivers, number 10, Alexis Parson.
So we are now in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch, that's going to be hit to the left-hand side. That will be a base hit for Alexis Parson, her second hit of the game. Second single of the game as well. And then Parson, as the pitcher, will have a runner come in to be the designated runner for her. That'll be Isabella Price, the sophomore. Katie Aker coming to bat. She got on a fielder's choice in the third, did come around to score after a stolen base. She was knocked down after a single by a double play in the bottom of the first. And again, it looks like we have a little bit of a delay due to the runner. Umpire getting everything sorted out. Coming up to bat, Katie Aker for the Lady Royals. Strike called. As the catcher stared down the Isabella Price there at first base. Price thought about running. Looks like she might try to steal again. Here comes the throw. That's going to be down in the dirt for ball one. 1-1 count. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be ball inside. They're going to say that Aker was able to hold her swing there. 2-1 count. Hill's been able to limit the damage after the opening innings. Able to keep Greenville in, and that's going to be strike two on the foul back. 2-2 count, runner on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth. As here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's going to be strike three on the outside corner as she rung up Aker looking for the first out of the inning.
Next, number 33, Gracie Suter.
Gracie Suter steps to the plate. She is 1 for 2 on the day, has a single, also advanced to second. Here comes the first pitch. That's going to be hit to the left side. It'll be foul for strike number one. Gracie flew out to end the first inning, did that to the second baseman, was able to get that hit in the fourth inning, or in the third inning, before being stranded at second base. That's going to be ball high. 1-1 is now the count. Runner on first, Alexis Parson got the single. She was then replaced with the designated runner, which is Isabella Price. Hill stands, delivers. That's going to be hit to the left side, but hooking foul. Hill's able to get good contact on him, but just hooked it. That's going to bring the count to 1-2. As the Twin Rivers dugout has been vocal this entire game so far, making sure their voices are being heard. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Hill stands, delivers. That's going to be fouled to the right side, and that will get out of play for strike number two, or for continuing to be strike number two, I should say. Suter stepped out for a second, fixed her face mask, and is now back in the batter's box. Hill's ready and delivers the 1-2 pitch. High for ball number two.
Hold it up.
2-2 is the count. Nice battle here in the bottom of the fifth. Hill trying to get the second out. That's going to be hit to the left-hand side. Possible double play. They get the runner at second. Unable to get the runner first. As Suter gets on the fielder's choice.
Up next, number 25, Layla Tompkins.
Layla Tompkins steps to the plate. She's got a double and a run, going 1 for 2 for the day. Hitting .333 for the year. Also had a pretty good play in center field as well. Tompkins steps into the batter's box. Swing and a miss. Strike number one. Throw down to first. They have the runner picked off, but she will not get a throw to second as the runner advances. Heads up play by Suter to get down to second.
Welcome to the game, guys. Let's go.
0-1 is the count. 2 outs for Tompkins. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be ball low. One count. Hill trying to get out of this inning. That's going to be hit to the shortstop. And she's going to throw over to first for the putout. That will do it for the Lady Royals in the bottom of the fifth. We go to the sixth. Twin Rivers up 4-2 here in the quarterfinals of the OFC Softball Tournament. You're watching Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. We are back from the OFC Softball Tournament, being brought to you by White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Dale One Chiropractic, Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker Farm Bureau Insurance, Woodworth Gift Chest Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. As coming up for the Greenville Lady Bears will be the top of their lineup: Cherish Stevens, Kayla Hill, and Presley Walk.
Up for Greenville.
Hill having that big home run in the fourth inning. After the error allowed Cherish Stevens to get on base, that 2-run home run. Stevens is going to try to get back on base for the Lady Bears here in the top of the sixth. Only 6 outs remaining for them if they don't get this game tied up. Parson ready and deals the pitch. It's going to be ball high and outside. Parson's strikeout rate has slowed a little bit, only had 1 strikeout there in the fifth. She has 11 for the game. It's going to be ball outside. Maybe wonder if she's starting to tire a little bit. First 2-0 count of the game for Parson. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's going to be strike number 1 right down the middle. Stevens has struck out and reached on an error so far in the game today. That's going to be ball number 3. 3-1 is the count. Stevens trying to reach base for Hill. See if she can recreate her magic from the fourth inning. Swing and a miss. Strike number 2. The count is full. Parson steps in, ready for the full count pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 on the swinging strikeout. Stevens' second strikeout of the game.
Number 5, Kayla.
Kayla Hill steps to the plate. The pitcher for the Lady Bears. She struck out in the first inning. A big 2-run home run in the second inning as her 3rd home run of the year. Here comes the pitch with 1 out. Ball inside. We have time call as the catcher for Twin Rivers wants to have a little discussion with Parson. That's Aker. She goes and have a little talk. I don't know if they were not seeing eye to eye on where exactly the pitches were going. They're going to have a quick discussion as now the ump starts to make her ginger stroll out to kind of break this up. As Aker comes back, will take her spot behind the plate. 4-2 Twin Rivers up here in the top of the 6th. Greenville trying to cut into that lead. They only have 5 outs remaining. 1-0 is the count. Here comes Parson with the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Hill tried to hold up, but was too late. It's 1-1 now with the count. Hill has 13 strikeouts, 4 walks for the year. That's going to be hit to the left side. That will get through for a single, as Hill will now stop at first base. She's responsible for 2 of Greenville's 3 hits for the day.
Up next, number 22, Presley Walk.
Presley Walk struck out twice, coming up to bat. Trying to advance Hill at the minimum. Parsons ready, and here comes the pitch. High for ball 1. As Presley Walk has 2 strikeouts today, which is odd for her. Only 2 strikeouts for the game as that clanked above us. For the first strike of the at-bat. Walk batting 188 for the year. Does have 3 hits, all of them singles. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. 1-2 count. Runner on first. As that wind starts up again, the ump's going to clean off the plate a little bit. Almost got feeling like I got to hold down the table the way that wind picked up. 1-2 is the count, 2 walk. She gets ready, trying to avoid her 3rd strikeout of the game. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be hit to the right side, just above the Greenville dugout as the players, even though they're behind the fence, they did the same thing I would do and dove out of the way. Runner on first, 1-2 count. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. As Walk has her 3rd strikeout of the game. Ruthie Greer steps up. She also has 2 strikeouts so far today, looking for her first hit. Parson took a second to compose herself. Now back on the mound. Gets ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and miss. High ball. But Greer could not stop herself. That's going to be strike number 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. Oh, 2 count. Greer's trying to stop her 3rd strikeout of the game. As Parson looks to strike out the side with a single in between them. That's going to be fouled back behind us and down the hill. As a young Greenville Bear fan, we'll have to make that trek down the hill. Luckily, not me and Tim. That's what matters. 0-2 count, 2 outs. Runner on first here in the top of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Oh, but she doesn't hang on to it, so she's going to have to throw it down to first. Gets it down for the strikeout. As Parson strikes out the side for the 3rd time to get in this game. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Twin Rivers up 4-2 from the OFC Softball Tournament. We are back from the OFC Softball Tournament. The bottom of the order to come to bat for Twin Rivers, Miller, Blasingame, and Whitlow for the Lady Royals. Miller's going to reached on an error, scored back in the second, grounded out 4-3 in the third. For the year so far.
Batting next, number 3, Talise Miller.
Talise Miller so far hitting .286 for the year, has 2 RBIs, 8 walks, 14 strikeouts. That's going to be strike 1 to start off the inning. Hill had a little bit of trouble controlling the ball early, but it's been able to rebound and really cut off the Royals since the end of the third inning. That's going to be hit to the left side for strike number 1. Or strike number 2, I should say. Miller looking for her first hit of the game. Here comes the pitch. Ball outside, 1-2 is the count. Hill has not faced the minimum. She's allowed at least 1 base runner in each inning so far. Strike 3 called. Great job by Hill to get the strikeout there.
Batting next,
That is going to be her 4th strikeout of the game. Blassington steps up for Twin Rivers. She has a strikeout and a ground out, going 0 for 2. It's going to be ball number 1. Blassington playing in right field, had a couple nice catches so far here in this game. It's going to be ball 2 low. Hill stares down her catcher, knows the pitch she wants, and here it comes. It's going to be ball inside, 3 balls so far here in this at-bat. Blassingame looking to get on base for the first time here in this contest. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to be ball low. That's the first walk of the game so far for Hill.
Batting next, number 15, Whitlow.
Addison Whitlow stepping into the plate. She has a sacrifice and a single, batting 1 for 1 so far. First pitch is ball outside. Twin Rivers looking to extend their lead going into the final inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be ball high. And they're going to say that first pitch was a strike, not a ball, so it's 1-1 is the count. No. Yeah, it's still saying 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That's going to be hit right to the shortstop, throw across the bag, and that's going to be a double play. Fantastic play by the shortstop for Greenville. Great play by Cherish Stevens, and that's going to do it for the inning. So we have a double play. That's 4-2 going to the 7th. Greenville's last stand as they try to tie this game. Coming up to bat for them, Grayson Hill, Taylor Wood, and Ella Walk. We'll have it right here for you on Facebook.com/Today'sTalk KWOC and YouTube.com/RiverRadioPB. All right, we are here in the top of the 7th inning. Twin Rivers
Grayson
trying to
Hill.
close out this game. Parson has been dealing all game long. Grayson Hill is going to try to spark the comeback for the Lady Bears. Here comes the first pitch. High for ball number 1. One oh is the count so far for the day. Grayson Hill has 2 strikeouts. 2 of many Parson has thrown. That's going to be a strike on the outside. 1-1 is the count. 1-1 count. Greenville down to their final 3 outs. Strike number 2.
Come on, kid. Come on. Let's go.
1-2. Grayson Hill trying to get some sort of comeback. She has struck out twice so far. And that's going to be number 3 on the swing strike. Hill goes down swing as the first out of the inning.
Number 15, Taylor Wood.
Taylor Wood had the long battle before grounding out in the first inning, or in the second inning, and then flew out in the 5th. Here comes the first pitch. Strike number 1. Parson seems to regain her groove a little bit. She was throwing a lot more balls there in the middle innings, but it seems to be back to just dealing strikes. Strike number 2, as Wood has found herself in a quick 0-2 hole. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. And that's going to be the second out as the Lady Bears are down to their final out.
Batting next, number
Ella
23,
Walk
Ella
singled
Walk.
and flew out so far in the game. She is 1 for 2 and is the Greenville Lady Bears' last hope. She's not going to be able to do it herself, though. They're down by 2. She at least has to get on base, though, to keep this game going for Georgia Hodges. Parson is on the mound. She can taste into this game and is trying to get there. Here comes the first pitch. That's going to be hit up the middle, right to the center fielder, and that is going to do it. Twin Rivers gets the win 4-2. They advance to the semifinals, where they will take on Neelyville. That big rivalry, Twin Rivers and Neelyville. We'll have your player of the game and your final stats coming up next. You've been watching OFC Softball here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. All right, we are back from Doniphan High School, and it's time for your player of the game, being brought to you by State Senator Jason Bean. Who else is it going to be? Alexis Parson, 15 strikeouts over 7 innings to get the victory for the Lady Royals. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to the Lady Royals. They will play Neelyville coming up tomorrow. We're going to have both that game as well as the other semifinal, Doniphan and East Carter, live right here on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB. Want to thank everyone for joining us here today. It has been a lot of fun. Frankie will be back with you tomorrow. Also want to thank our great sponsors allowing us to bring you the OFC Softball Tournament today, including State Senator Jason Bean, Black River Shooting Supplies Indoor Range and Caliber Cafe, JG Concrete, Russian Towing, Elite Trucking Academy, Christian Automotive and Tire, Barker's Towing and Auto Repair, Henson's Farm Supply, Delta Companies, Southern Care and Comfort, White Sanders Funeral Home, Bader Wood Trust, Hester Trucking, Day One Chiropractic, the Twin Rivers Booster Club, Keith Parker, Farm Bureau Insurance, Whitworth Gift Just Jewelers, and Pizza Inn. This is Sean Manning signing off. Hope you have a fantastic day. We'll see you tomorrow for more great OFC softball action here from Doniphan High School for the 2024 OFC Softball Tournament on Facebook.com/Today's Talk KWOC and YouTube.com/River Radio PB.